handler Walter verified. Activating cerebral coral control device. Augmented human C4621 has awakened.
Sounds interesting. You ready to climb the wall?
Call sign Raven. Priority subject for termination. High on the list.
A coral response from the generator. Watch out!
Why hide behind another's call sign?
Let's see how far they can fly. On borrowed wings.
We have always known war. It forged our empire. Turned heroes into queens and kings. And decimated our foes. Now our oaths are lost. Forsaken. And you must face the monsters our sins have borne. Is an oath worth the weight of a crown?
I don't even know where to begin. You've missed so much. We've slain gods, vanquished nightmares, fought alongside those who we once fought against. I wish you could have been there.
Yeah, me too, kiddo. But hey, I'm here now. Wherever the hell here is.
And she said, "With our swords, we will forge new stories to strike the gods that haunt us." You might see me as weak, but I will show you what lies behind my eyes. We will embrace our suffering, soothe our scars of grief, and break their siege of our minds. You may see them as gods, but we will show you what lies behind their eyes.
Wait. Listen.
It's coming. He's here. That's my name. He can smell your fear. He's It knows our name. How does it know our name?
To risk your own life for what you believe is your sacrifice to make. To lead others to death brings a different kind of burden. One that Senua would have to learn to bear.
Smell their fear.
He's here. Death is coming.
Look at the bones.
Death is coming.
Look at the bones. That's going to be you. That's going to be everyone. No one's ever killed a giant before. What makes you think you can stay down?
Those whose eyes are clouded by fear are besieged by the ghosts that haunt them. Senua saw that to win the war we must break this siege. Break it with an unshakable truth. Break it with an impossible feat.
Get ready. It's about to start. Get ready. Get ready. You can do this. First the iron, then the fire. Yes. Yes. No! Yes! Varric! Harold! Chase me!
Help me!
He's seen you. She's wants you. I know you.
He needs you.
Test gone wrong leads to thousands of American lives lost in the last 2 months alone.
Cannot estimate the spread of radiation.
After the abolishment of nuclear power, old mining complexes were reopened across
to reduce our international affairs and focus on our own country.
Phoenix Corporation representatives assure the walls were built for our own safety.
Stop within this cage. Inhale its rest. I'm dying twice. Never-ending nightmares creeping, counting down while you're still breathing. In the dreams, you will see myself killing me, turning flesh, then the wall, pushing me till I fall by myself in my head, counting clicks till I'm dead. What a wonderful
I'm trapped here. In this nightmare. I write to escape. Every word is a step forward. Into darkness.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. It's right up your alley.
The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale.
So you knew our victim?
Only the rumors. He was chasing a writer.
Someone knew they were here. Was playing a game with them.
Killer left a message.
It's for us. The text is about us.
We were all trapped in a horror story. The horror story wanted us dead. There's something I'm forgetting. Something important. Something's not right!
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
It's time to start from the beginning. Yet evolve into something new. This city has a story. Envision a world created by you. Your chance to shape the future. To create and inspire. Expand way up high and bring life to your creations. New worlds to explore and pursue. Here, you are the visionary. You are the creator. You make cities.
On wheels! Built to perform better and look cooler. Take racing to new heights. Jump, stunt, crash! Now the fun begins.
thrill with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart.
It is time. Time to wake up to a new reality. To a blank canvas that I have painted in with warmth and peace. In my new era, the choice is yours. Whether to live in quiet serenity or bloody strife. To dwell in joyous prosperity or bitter rivalry. You can face each other as sworn enemies or united as brothers. But a storm is brewing, and soon you will discover that even in this new era, one constant remains. There is always something worth fighting for. You have chosen to defy peace. Then you have chosen war with a god.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris Sasaki, and welcome to Turn 10 Studios. The team is hard at work bringing you the next generation of Forza Motorsport, built from the ground up to take advantage of the Xbox Series consoles. This is the most technically advanced racing game ever made. Today, I'm joined by some of our amazing team members to show you how we are making it look real, sound real, and feel real. This is Forza Motorsport.
At launch, Forza Motorsport features over 500 cars for you to collect, race, and customize with more than 800 unique upgrades. This includes over 100 new to motorsport cars, the most modern race cars we've ever featured on our roster. Racing is violent. It's a battle on the racetrack. The advancements in our physics model are greater than Forza Motorsport 5, 6, and 7 combined. This makes our driving experience more fun and rewarding in the way the car accelerates, corners, and brakes. Our materials and shaders are built from the ground up at higher resolutions and optimized for a cutting-edge ray tracing experience. Our paints are sourced using a spectrophotometer to capture multiple data points of light behavior on a surface. This yields a paint model that has a much more realistic light response across color, metal flake, and gloss. Damage and dirt buildup is unique to each car. It's now contextually aware and more localized. We simulate paint thickness, chipping, and directionality. Dirt accumulation is more realistic, gathering more in the low-pressure areas like recesses and alcoves. These innovations tell the story of the work you put into a race and reflects the marks and battle scars of motorsport.
This is our best-sounding Forza Motorsport ever, and the first to be mixed natively for immersive audio formats like Windows Sonic and Dolby Atmos. To create an immersive soundscape, each audio system has been rebuilt from the ground up to deliver a new level of sonic depth and authenticity for our players. Modifying car parts like your exhaust and turbo change the car sounds in Forza Motorsport, just like it would in the real world. Every car now has a variety of sound possibilities based on the parts you've installed. Hardware-accelerated convolution reverb accurately reproduces how sounds in Forza interact within an acoustic space, dynamically adapting to its surroundings and creating a realistic and detailed soundscape. New features like our regional track announcer system and improved tire and suspension audio bring a new level of realism to the game. Hear Forza Motorsport like never before. Every tire squeal, every engine, lap after lap.
Forza Motorsport launches with 20 environments, built from the ground up for this generation. You'll get to race on iconic fan favorites, as well as 5 all-new to Motorsport locations, including our first in South Africa, Kyalami. We capture our environments to an incredible level of detail. When we reference a track, our team comes back with over 3 terabytes of highly detailed photogrammetry and laser scan data. Through the power of the Xbox Series consoles, we're able to use this data to draw up to 10 times more detail than previous generations. You'll see lush trees, dense grass and overgrowth vegetation, animated track life, physically based lighting and volumetric fog effects, and a fully procedural cloud system that evolves organically. Tracks look alive, sound alive, and feel alive with cutting-edge visuals and crowds consisting of tens of thousands of fully animated 3D spectators, so you're always immersed in the pure spectacle of racing. For the first time in Forza Motorsport, fully dynamic time of day with weather ensures a constantly evolving racing experience where no 2 laps ever look the same. Meanwhile, dynamic track temperatures, wet driving surfaces, and rubbering in ensure that no 2 laps ever play the same. I love the detail our talented team of artists have built into Kyalami. Fast forward to night, and the vista is truly breathtaking. You can see the distant light glows of the city, a beautiful visual touch. Even the Kyalami logo itself creates visual impact every time you see it, thanks to ray-traced global illumination, which simulates how hundreds of thousands of light rays accumulate color as they bounce between surfaces. We're rendering all our environments in 4K at 60 FPS with real-time ray tracing on track to create true-to-life reflections on all smooth mirror and flat glass surfaces. With the incredible detail and rendering features of our track environments, Forza Motorsport is truly a generational leap ahead with unmatched visual fidelity and authenticity.
Forza Motorsport is back, and it's our most comprehensive game ever, with over 500 cars and 20 environments, with more new race cars than ever before. You can experience all of this in our incredible new online racing mode and in our all-new car-building focused single-player career. We cannot wait for you to get your hands on this incredible game.
Mornstead has fallen, its great army decimated by the legions of Adir, the demon god. But one light still flickers in the ever-growing gloom, the light of the Dark Crusader.
The radiance of Mornstead withers. Idir's darkness threatens to desolate our world. Ascend to Aureus, my child. As his holy redeemer.
In light, we walk.
In light we walk.
Burn their very souls to ash.
Your flesh has been made sacrosanct with the mark of the Dark Crusaders.
I am a man who walks alone, and when I'm walking a dark road, at night or strolling through the park.
Great potential dwells within you, doubtless, for you to be chosen thusly.
Fear of the dark. Fear of the dark. I have a phobia that someone's always there.
Prove yourself worthy of this gift.
By your radiance, grant me the strength to continue to endure these dark days.
Relinquish the lamp, and your suffering ends.
Another unfortunate made a slave to unceasing hunger. I pity you.
Reignite the blessed beacons of Mornstead and thwart Adir's cataclysmic resurrection.
مرحبا بك أيها المستتر. مت وبعثت من جديد.
نحتاج إلى إيجاد طريقة تدخل بها دون أن يراك أحد. ربما يمكنك رشوة الحراس ليغضوا النظر عن الأمر.
سوف أرى ما يناسب ذوقي أكثر.
أن تحتوي الخوف وتخمده وتعثر على السكينة وتتحرر. الساحة ملكك يا باسم. سأراقبك.
When I think back to my childhood, everything becomes blurry. I know I used to go to my grandma's house in Dordogne each summer.
We'll have fun, the two of us.
But these memories have faded and lost their color.
This is... wow.
My escapades along the river.
This place is awesome.
The discovery of incredible treasures. The people. The smell of breakfast in the early morning.
And you haven't seen anything yet.
Gone.
Grandma?
This place is a very special place.
All I remember is that I miss Dordogne.
Protected me from the dragon's flames.
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen? Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign of Vermont!
unfortunate, but it doth not release thee from thy fate.
In Park Beyond, meet an awesome cast of characters while playing a talented young Visioneer. Every aspect of creating amusement parks will be under your control. Introduce new rides and manage their entry prices, choose the layout, shape, and colors of the paths. Freely build all-around huge maps to create the perfect park. Your parks will require care and maintenance to remain at their full potential. Recruit and manage qualified staff to maintain fun and safety everywhere. The shops will be an important source of income. Be strategic in their placement, inventory, and prices. Keep track of your finances and your visitors' needs at all times. A cutting-edge research and development lab will allow you to unlock new themes, hundreds of decorative objects, and the rides of tomorrow. The ultra-flexible roller coaster creation system will allow you to create complex rides that you can tailor to your visitors' exact needs. And it doesn't stop there. Unlock the potential of impossification. Push the limits of reality to offer unique thrills to your visitors. Gather real-time data to quickly adapt to new trends, new demographics, and keep all your parks at the top. Outside of the campaign, jump into the sandbox mode. A wide variety of environments and settings will allow you to start your ideal game. Create a park on a tight budget or just get unlimited funds to let your creativity loose. Make something realistic or go beyond the laws of physics. Each construction in your park has multiple customization options: colors, lights, music. Make a consistent-looking theme or turn your park into a patchwork of inspirations. You can even place a wide variety of decorative elements wherever you want. Your imagination is the only limit when creating intricate scenes or entire buildings in Park Beyond. Build freely, even around your craziest rides. Save your best creations and arrangements and reuse them in other areas or other parks altogether. Mind your head! Your powers don't stop there. The land will also bend to your desires. Create mountains, plateaus, lakes, or tunnels through which your roller coasters will pass. Nothing can stop your creativity. Park Beyond will let you build the amusement park of your dreams. You can play as a management mastermind, as a creative genius, or a mix of both. Let's go beyond the fun. Park Beyond, available June 16th.
According to the scanners, the abandoned research facility is in this direction. That pirates of the Crimson Fleet are using the facility.
On wheels! Built to perform better and look cooler. Take racing to new heights. Jump, stunt, crash! Now the fun begins.
Welcome to the land of Mojo. Here we find Jot, the Plucky Squire, and his friends, Violet, Thrash, and Pip. Our heroes protect the land from the villainous sorcerer, Humgrump. They adventure to the edges of their realm, and even beyond. There, Jot finds a whole new world to explore, with dangers, surprises, and attractively furnished accommodation. Our heroes must battle Humgrump across the two realms if they are to save their beloved land from his diabolical designs. Off the page and into adventure!
We're close to Rubicon. Wake the dog up.
Handler Walter, verified. Activating cerebral coral control device. Augmented human C4621 has awakened.
Infamous handler Walter's hounds. Interesting. You ready to climb the wall?
Call sign Raven. Priority subject for termination. High on the list.
A coral response from the generator. Watch out!
Why hide behind another's call sign?
Let's see how far they can fly. On borrowed wings.
We have always known war. It forged our empire. Turned heroes into queens and kings. And decimated our foes. Now our oaths are lost, forsaken. And you must face the monsters our sins have borne. Is an oath worth the weight of a crown?
I don't even know where to begin. You've missed so much. We've slain gods, vanquished nightmares, fought alongside those who we once fought against. I wish you could have been there.
Yeah, me too, kiddo. But hey, I'm here now. Wherever the hell here is.
And she said, "With our swords, we will forge new stories to strike the gods that haunt us." You might see me as weak, but I will show you what lies behind my eyes. embrace our suffering, soothe our scars of grief, and break their siege of our minds. You may see them as gods, but we will show you what lies behind their eyes.
Wait. Listen. It's coming. He's here. That's my name. He can smell your fear. Listen. It knows our name. How does it know our name?
To risk your own life for what you believe is your sacrifice to make. To lead others to death brings a different kind of burden. One that Senua would have to learn to bear.
Smell their fear.
He's here. Death is coming.
Look at the bones.
Death is coming.
Look at the bones. That's going to be you. That's going to be everyone. No one's ever killed a giant before. What makes you think you can stay down?
Those whose eyes are clouded by fear are besieged by the ghosts that haunt them. Senua saw that to win the war we must break this siege. Break it with an unshakable truth. Break it with an impossible feat.
Get ready. It's about to start. Get ready. Now's the moment. Get ready. You can do this. First the iron, then the fire. Yes. Yes.
No! Yes!
Varric! Harold! It's me it wants to kill.
Help me!
He's seen you. She's there. What's your name?
test gone wrong leads to thousands of American lives lost in the last 2 months
You
alone.
cannot estimate the spread of radiation.
After the abolishment of nuclear power, old mining complexes were reopened across
to reduce our international affairs and focus on our own country.
Phoenix Corporation representatives assure the walls were built for our own safety.
Stop within this cage. Inhale this rest. I'm dying twice. Never-ending nightmares creeping, counting down while you're still breathing. You'll see myself killing me, doing flash, baby wall, pushing me till I fall by myself in my head, counting clicks till I'm dead. What a wonderful
I'm trapped here. In this nightmare. I write to escape. Every word is a step forward. Into darkness.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. It's right up your alley.
The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale.
So you knew our victim?
Only the rumors. He was chasing a writer.
Someone knew they were here. Was playing a game with them.
The killer left a message.
It's for us. The text is about us.
We were all trapped in a horror story. The horror story wanted us dead. There's something I'm forgetting. Something important. Something's not right!
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
It's time to start from the beginning. Yet evolve into something new. This city has a story. Envision a world created by you. Your chance to shape the future. To create and inspire. Expand way up high and bring life to your creations. New worlds to explore and pursue. Here, you are the visionary. You are the creator. You make cities.
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill, I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart.
It is time. Time to wake up to a new reality. To a blank canvas that I have painted in with warmth and peace. In my new era, the choice is yours. Whether to live in quiet serenity or bloody strife. To dwell in joyous prosperity or bitter rivalry. You can face each other as sworn enemies or united as brothers. But a storm is brewing, and soon you will discover that even in this new era, one constant remains. There is always something worth fighting for. You have chosen to defy peace. Then you have chosen war with a god.
Hello and welcome. Now it's time for IGN to bring you the Summer of Gaming coverage, which will be happening all summer long. Now with it, you'll see exclusive game trailers, reveals, and interviews with some of the game developers bringing these unique worlds to life. And we've got a lot coming up, including our pre-show coverage for the Xbox Game Showcase and Starfield Direct. Now after, we'll be breaking it all down in our post-show coverage with the Unlocked crew. But first, while I still got you, don't forget to visit IGN Rewards for your chance to take part in all the giveaways happening all summer long. Now we're talking about an Xbox Series X and a $100 Xbox gift card, plus free codes for games like the online PvP and co-op virtual reality game Rift VR. Let's go on over to IGN.com/rewards right now and sign up to become a member of our growing community. Now there's tons more benefits like beta access to games, free game codes, all of that stuff. Okay, now I've been here talking at you long enough. Right now it's time to turn things over to kick off the pre-show coverage for Xbox Showcase. Take it away. IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Warhaven, a 16v16 PvP medieval fantasy game. Now charge into epic battles as one of 6 different character classes, work together as a team to dominate the battlefield, and awaken the power of an immortal to turn the tides of war yourself. Now wishlist the game on Steam and play the game for free during Steam Next Fest on June 19th. Well, let's take a look.
Yeah, all right. Hello and welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Brian Altano, here to wish you a happy Xbox Showcase Day. It's so exciting.
And a happy Xbox Showcase to you as well. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one, but Summer of Gaming is a multi-day affair like Coachella or Lent.
Ooh, that's right. And all through June, we're bringing you the biggest gaming events, as well as brand new looks at upcoming games and tons of coverage of everything happening, and so much is happening, man.
You're gonna want to make sure you're following IGN on your platform of choice. We are everywhere. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're on Steam, we're on Twitter, we're on TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, you name it.
What about Pinterest?
We're even on Pinterest. That was surprising to me, but it's true. Look it up. Anyway, I'm not sure how you segue from Pinterest to a game where you can rip someone's spine out, so I'm not even gonna try. Here's Mortal Kombat 1.
Mortal Kombat 1.
We just got our first hands-on with Mortal Kombat 1. Mitchell, I mostly did fatalities and stuff. You got a little bit more into it. Tell me about your gameplay experience.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's Mortal Kombat, right?
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat has a very specific style of movement, has a style of dialogue combos, and there's just a very specific way that this game is played, especially compared to Street Fighter 6, which is, you know, on a lot of people's minds like right now. It's definitely on my mind. So it was a little tricky to, you know, retrain my brain to get back over into Mortal Kombat mode. And I don't think I did it in the end. We only had like 30 minutes to play, but I started to, and the ways I think that Mortal Kombat 1 is different from Mortal Kombat 11 are fairly interesting. Like, we got a much greater focus on air combos. There's a lot of meterless launchers, so like you'll do a special move that launches them into the air. You can follow up, do an air combo like that keeps you in the air, bounce them down, bounce them back up. So there's a lot of like really cool, exciting combo extensions, I think, that weren't really in Mortal Kombat 11. The ones in Mortal Kombat 11 were kind of like very much tied to your meter. You would have to use an enhanced special move, bounce them up, etc., etc.
Well, they have one of your mains in the build today. How is she different?
Oh, she's so different. So we're talking about Kitana. I think the really interesting thing about Mortal Kombat 1 is that all these characters are super different, because the whole premise of the story is that Liu Kang has essentially reset the timeline. It's not just a reset back to like the beginning of history. It's a new timeline in Liu Kang's kind of vision. So there are characters that are the same. They have the same name, but they're completely different in terms of like their backstory, you know, and just how they handle their moves. So it's kind of wild. Playing as Sub-Zero was really weird, because I couldn't figure out a way to combo into his freeze.
Yeah.
Like his normal freeze, you have to like do a bunch of other stuff in order to actually freeze them and keep them in place. So it's gonna be a big adjustment period, I think.
Now, the big new system is cameos, where you can kind of execute a certain set of moves with a guest character. We had access to Sonya, Jax, and Kano. Did you get to mess with all of them, or was there one that you really found worked well with your playstyle?
Yeah, and you know, again, 30 minutes, not a lot of time to learn a fighting game and to like really get into the system. I think I liked Jax the most, just because he had, and this is very shallow, but he has like good flavor animations when he's done with a move. Like, he'll slam you on the ground and they'll be like, "What?" and he'll walk away. He'll do like little flexes when he does a move and then goes off camera. So like, I didn't really develop a preference in terms of like a character that I would use, but you know, there's a lot of other elements that go into it.
I really enjoyed Kano because this is like a small thing, but when he throws the blades, they'll stay stuck in the character
that's cool.
until like you execute the next move. I noticed that in the behind closed doors demo.
Yeah.
And he also has a little bit of that flavor. One of my favorite things about the cameo characters, though, is that they all have throwbacks to MK1 fatalities. Kano does the heart rip. Sonya does the kiss of death.
Jax does the thing where he gets
boot.
huge,
Yeah.
and he stomps on you. For some reason, Jax can get really, really huge.
Yeah, so he does that, and they just kind of lean into it.
Yeah.
Also, behind closed doors, we won't have footage for this, I don't think, but we got a sneak peek at Johnny Cage doing a fatality. Goro was in there also. Is there anybody that wasn't revealed today that you're sort of excited to see more about?
Oh, man. You know, I think there's a lot of characters that were kind of in that Mortal Kombat Deception kind of era
Yeah.
that haven't been represented in the modern age of Mortal Kombat. And I just think it would be nice to give them another chance. Like, let's see Nitara, let's see, Jarek, let's see David, I think is his name.
Who was the general guy nobody liked?
General Tao?
Yeah, let's see General.
We can leave General Tao behind.
Yeah. Overall impressions, though, what are you walking away feeling like after 30 minutes?
I'm feeling like if you enjoyed Mortal Kombat 11, you're going to have a good time here. If there's any reason that you didn't gel with Mortal Kombat 11's gameplay, I'm not convinced that this is going to bring you back. It's definitively Mortal Kombat. It's a very unique style of fighting game, and I do think that there's a lot of really cool new systems in place that actually are going to make the combos a little more technical compared to
because of the
MK11.
cameos.
Because of the cameos,
Yeah.
I can't overstate or understate whatever the right usage of that word is. It takes a long time for those cameos to come out. Like there's a lot of timing that you have to take into consideration when you want to extend your combo with a cameo. If you are a big tag fighter, you might be used to that. I'm personally not, so it was a big adjustment process for me to wrap my brain around how to extend combos using cameos.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you. I'm really excited to get into practice mode.
Yeah.
We're in Kenshi again. Like, I was playing Kenshi mostly today, and I just couldn't remember how to utilize that character because it's been so long for me. I think I played him back in 9.
Yeah.
So really excited to get in the lab or whatever they call it, Mortal Kombat, and just get the practice in, right?
Yeah.
30 minutes doesn't do it justice, but I'm excited about what I've seen so far, and I can't wait to see more.
Destin, we were talking earlier today.
Yeah.
You told me, Mitchell, am I casual?
Yeah.
And I said, yes, Destin, you are casual. I'm glad you've come to this realization. But do you think with Mortal Kombat 1 you might try to graduate from casual to the next level, to novice maybe?
Usually what I'll do is I will ask you questions. I'll be like, I want to learn Scorpion. That's what I learned for 11, right?
Yeah.
And I got pretty good with it. I started playing a little bit of ranked, and I'm like, I feel satisfied with my level of skill with Scorpion. And then I move on to the next Mortal Kombat, this one. So
Yeah.
I am excited to play it more.
So every time you get better.
Yeah, every time I get a little bit better. And another thing today, we capture all the fatalities, so be sure to check that out on IGN. Mitchell, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And for all things gaming, keep it right here, IGN.com.
Ryan McCaffrey here at Summer Game Fest Playdays. I am with Mortal Kombat creator and the head of NetherRealm Studios, Ed Boon. Ed, great to see you. It's been a long time, my friend.
It's been, I think, as long as we've ever taken to make the game. Yeah, so it's great to see you too.
I want to start, obviously, so Mortal Kombat 1 has been the biggest thing on IGN this week. The announcement trailer was huge, but you did have your announcement spoiled a little bit by your parent company's CEO on an earnings call. So I know you don't want to talk out of school about the guy signing the checks necessarily, but what was your and the team's reaction when that happened? Because obviously that was not something that you were expecting.
Well, he called it Mortal Kombat 12, so he kind of really didn't spoil it. And the game is Mortal Kombat 1, and we just announced it, and we're happy about that.
Well, and that reveal trailer from a few weeks ago just took off, huge numbers. And so what was the mood of the team like that day? Like, I'm sure you were expecting it to do well, but like how was the vibe on the team when this announcement trailer, which it's such a good cinematic trailer, really sets up the game really well. So how was the team feeling that day?
It was a huge like exhale kind of from us.
Yeah.
Because, again, we've never held on to a game in terms of talking about it for so long than we have with this one. But at the same time, the response was so big. It was bigger than our Mortal Kombat 11 trailer, and I thought we were never going to top that. So that was I think to some extent players haven't seen a new Mortal Kombat announcement for so long. It was just building up for so many years and it just kind of culminated with that video. So we're really excited about the.
Well, and I want to ask you about the short window here, waiting so long to announce the game. The last major AAA game example I can think of that had such a short window between announcing it and releasing it was Fallout 4, and that's a long time ago at this point. So, what was the thinking with? Is it just that like the game sells itself at this point? Like, it is pretty unusual for a big blockbuster game like this to be announced and then it's out 3-4 months later.
Yeah, well, if you recall, we announced Mortal Kombat 11 at the Game Awards, right? And that's like in December. And then the game came out in like May.
Yeah.
So it's not that unusual for us. It might be a little bit shorter, but there's so much more information that we are going to be communicating to everybody as far as game modes, additional characters, and all that. It's gonna be a dense next few months.
Well, I did want to ask you too, like you guys, NetherRealm had alternated between Mortal Kombat and Injustice for a good little while there, and so I don't think anybody would have been surprised if you had announced Injustice 3. So was Injustice considered, or what was kind of the reasoning behind going right back into Mortal Kombat?
There was a number of factors, some of which I can talk about, some of which I probably shouldn't. But we did go to a new graphics engine, Unreal. We really wanted to be careful with COVID and all that stuff, and everybody staying safe and all that. So there was a bunch of variables involved that eventually we realized, okay, let's do another Mortal Kombat game. And hopefully we'll get back to the Injustice games.
So the door's not closed.
Oh, not at all.
Not moving forward.
Not at all.
All right, good to know. Now you mentioned the new engine, Unreal. So is it Unreal Engine 5, or are you guys building off of 4 for this?
You know what? We're actually continuing to grab new ones. I'm not sure where we're gonna stop there, but we've certainly taken a huge leap.
I mean, it looks amazing.
We were using Unreal 3 before, and a very modified Unreal 3. But Unreal 4 certainly has opened the doors to a lot of new features that we're really trying to exploit. But we're continuing to evaluate.
I mean, you've left the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 behind here. This is a new gen game only. What has that opened up for your artists, your animators, and even potentially maybe gameplay design? I'm not sure if even the technology can open up things there too.
A big part is this latest generation of consoles have the super fast access, and I've always felt like that was the most underappreciated new feature of the consoles, right? It's just accessing memory so quickly.
Yeah, the NVMe drives.
Exactly, and that's really going to let us make hyper-realistic backgrounds and characters that we can actually load in a reasonable amount of time and get to the fight real quickly. That was a big part. It's really helped us in terms of how much fidelity we can have in our environments and characters.
So I got to ask you, like I probably more than any other game, I love watching Mortal Kombat. It is just delightful to watch, and obviously the fatalities are a big part of that. Are there any fatalities that don't make the cut at NetherRealm? Like, what? We've seen so many crazy things. We've seen several more here today. Like, what doesn't make the cut?
There are plenty that don't make the cut. It's funny. Everybody kind of asks, how do you guys come up with the fatalities? And there's a bit of a committee, and anybody's welcome to submit fatality ideas. But then there's a committee, and then when they came up with one, they'll have an artist make a storyboard of it, and then they'll send it to me. And unfortunately, there are some that I was just like, nope, we're not going there, and then send it back.
It's too much.
Oh yeah.
Even for Mortal Kombat.
Absolutely, and so I kind of feel like I'm like the big party pooper, right? Because they go, oh, come on, we've done worse than that. I goes, no, we haven't. There's always
so
a little
you
bit of
have the final say.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Because one thing again that I love about Mortal Kombat is, I think its tone has evolved over the years, and it's at this point now where it's so over the top. And it is violently disgusting. Like I don't mean that as a criticism, but it's sort of cheeky and funny enough where it doesn't seem like senators and Congress people are knocking at your door anymore. Like, how do you guys find that balance?
There is like kind of like an unwritten tone that is kind of governs everything. And you know, one way to kind of demonstrate that is the majority of people's reactions to the fatalities is laughter.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not like they saw a horror movie or something and oh my God, you know, and they're scared. They just start laughing.
Yeah.
And so when we get that reaction, we know, okay, we're still in the zone of what Mortal Kombat's intention is.
Now, there's a pretty strong case to be made that Mortal Kombat, the brand, is absolutely bigger than it ever was. I mean, the numbers on IGN anecdotally bear that out, which I think is a massive testament to you and the team who've been at this for so long. I mean, but when you look back, like, were there any low points in the long history of this franchise where you thought, maybe this thing is starting to run out of steam? Like, have you ever hit those low points with this?
Yeah, there were a couple of games that I wasn't involved with that you know kind of had their challenges, but you know we were going through transitions with Midway Games and whatnot, and but once we got our footing again, and especially with Mortal Kombat 9, you know 9, 10, and 11 all sold better than any of the previous ones.
Wow.
So which is really scary, and so for me, I'm nervous just because there's such this build up.
The bar keeps getting raised.
Yeah, it keeps getting raised, and so I really got to kind of keep telling myself we can still sell a ton of games, but we don't have to break every record every single time.
I mean, is it at the point where the corporate overlords are going to be unhappy if it doesn't sell an 8-figure amount of copies?
I don't think so. I think a lot of that is just kind of self-inflicted pressure. You know, I certainly put that on myself as well. But we always love to see, you know, the fact that our last 3 games have been the biggest sellers of their time. It's a nice like feather in our cap.
I mean, on that note, again, you've been with this for so long. Where do you still find the personal creative inspiration to keep going on this? I mean, like, I genuinely can't think of another prominent game developer that's been with one franchise exclusively. You've done Injustice as well, but where you've been working on Mortal Kombat games for your entire career, for 30 years. I mean, how do you sort of keep finding new creativity to tap into?
Yeah, well, you know, like I had originally started, I did a few pinball machines, and then I did a few arcade games, and then started doing the Mortal Kombat games. And, you know, our team has grown from 4, basically, for the first game to the hundreds that we have now. And when you have that many people who are also passionate about it, there's ideas coming in from every angle that you can imagine. So there is a studio full of brilliant people at NetherRealm who've been playing, who some were born after Mortal Kombat, the first Mortal Kombat came out, and so they have fresh ideas that are coming from a completely different generation, and that's, I think that's a big part of why Mortal Kombat, you know, it's not one idea coming from one person, right? It's a whole studio of ideas.
All right, a couple more, I'll let you go here. You guys have brought in some well-known Mortal Kombat 11 pros on the team at NetherRealm here, like Dragon, for instance. So can you talk about how helpful it's been to have that pro level of feedback when developing this game?
It's invaluable. And in our previous games, you know, as far back as Mortal Kombat 9, we would actually fly in some of those players, and they'd stay at a hotel for a week or so, and they would just dissect the game, show us bugs, show us infinites, give us suggestions, and that kind of input is invaluable. Some of them are here now, and they're going to be playing the game for the first time. So we've really been fortunate to have had that kind of expertise play into the game.
All right, last question, Ed Boon. What is your favorite fatality in Mortal Kombat 1?
In Mortal Kombat 1 or the 1992 Mortal Kombat?
The new game of the new one.
My favorite one hasn't been shown yet.
Okay,
but
Which character?
Probably Scorpion.
Okay.
But I think of this one, I would say Katana's fans were They're
blender?
above and below the blender. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I was cracking up over that one. All right, Ed Boon, Mortal Kombat 1, thank you so much. We are out September 19th. September 19th, coming right up on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC
and Switch.
And is that a streaming version? How are we handling that on the Switch? What's the magic going on?
We'll
with
show
that?
you later.
All right, we'll show you later. Ed Boon, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that was Mortal Kombat 1, a game I definitely won't play in front of the children or the elderly. I'm so glad we're finally getting an origin story for Kung Lao's hat that can cut people in half.
Right, he tries to throw a normal hat, doesn't work, throws a saw blade, that works, you know, just synergy. I'd play Mortal Kombat where everyone has a different kind of hat that they can use to kill each other. Like Reptile would just have a whole snapping turtle on his head. I think that would be a good look.
It's not really a hat, but I'm into it. Hey, if you want a fighting game series that lets you fight a bunch of wild animals, Tekken might be more your speed. And if you want a game about wild animals that are faster than your speed, well, then you definitely love Sonic the Hedgehog.
And as luck would have it, we've got new gameplay from Tekken 8 and Sonic Superstars coming up very soon, so stick around. IGN Summer of Gaming will be right back.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2023 is powered by Immortals of Aevum, an upcoming single-player first-person shooter where instead of guns, you use magic. You play as Jack, part of the Order of the Immortals, protecting the realm of Lucium from the oppressive Rosharnian regime. The Immortals wield 3 types of magic. You can unleash entropy-based destruction with red magic, like this. Blue magic allows you to shield yourself from enemy attacks and fight back with deadly bolts. Blue magic! And green magic, which can be used to bind objects in place, deceive enemies with illusions, and alter surroundings. Okay, look, I left my sigil at home, and every battle mage knows you need a sigil to properly use magic. Summon your power, stop the Everwar, save the realms. Immortals of Avium coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Avium, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Why are people so mean to Koroks in Tears of the Kingdom? We may never know, but what I do know is you should follow IGN on all of our social media platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. Follow us. Or don't.
Fine soldiers of the Leviathan.
I address you on this day not as a captain of the ship, but as a proud father and a resident of the only place we call home. There's war. There are no negotiations. No ceasefires with this enemy. You will go in. All guns blazing.
Welcome back. This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and that was a look at Signy, all guns blazing, a twin-stick shooter designed for those with a need for speed. We're still a ways out from the Xbox showcase, but there's plenty going on until then.
That is right, Max. Up next, we've got new gameplay from Tekken 8, but first, a great way you can play Tekken 8. Here's a look at Razer's new fight stick.
Sort of. It doesn't actually have a stick. Just watch the video.
And there's no razors on it.
Yeah, it's actually very safe.
Just watch the
Check it
video.
out.
Come on, just watch it. Just watch it, please.
Hey everyone, welcome to IGN's Summer of Gaming. I am Seth Macy. Today I'm joined by Ali Hamayanfar. Yes, I nailed it on the first try. From Razer, we are talking about the new Kitsune fight sticks. This is like so crazy cool. Like, let's just talk about the form factor here.
People's reaction when you first see it is, wow, that thing is super thin and beautiful. And that's kind of the same thing we talked about with innovation in Razer. You can kind of see the ID is very similar to our Razer Blade laptop. So we took a lot of that inspiration for the product. You can see it's super slim, portable, but it's still ergonomic where you can rest your palms on it. And it does have an aluminum top plate to keep it sturdy, premium, and kind of not, be sturdy on your lap as well.
Sure.
So we took a lot of inspiration from the Blade.
And these are the plates that are available at launch when you put this out, these two?
Yeah, so the top plate is actually removable. We will release a template to our fans as well, so they can get their own, Photoshop skills, make their own artwork, and they can remove the top plate and customize it however they want as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Man, when I first saw this, it didn't make sense to my brain because I don't know if this comes through on the camera. It's so thin. It's like the size of an iPad, basically.
Yeah, so we actually, when we're thinking about sizes, 13-inch iPad came to our mind. So that was kind of a perfect size that we know a lot of consumers out there use. We try to make it where it's as thin as a Razer Blade laptop when it's fully closed.
That is so crazy. And that way you can just throw it into like a laptop sleeve or whatever.
Yeah, so I have my Razer Blade laptop in my laptop sleeve and actually have this in my tablet sleeve on my Razer backpack.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, it's perfect.
That is so. I know you see guys, they'll pull out the Domino's pizza box, and open it up and throw out their sticks. So this is you could throw two of these in your bag.
Yeah, with the joysticks, I know people that put baby bottle covers on the joysticks to protect it in their backpack, and it's joysticks are huge. The JLF is pretty thick for a joystick, so having a leverless option is super slim and portable.
Awesome. Who helped develop this?
So yeah, we got a lot of feedback and collaboration with top pro players. Justin Wong, one of the main ones that we worked a lot in collaboration with. Yeah. So got a lot of feedback from him as well as some other pros and some tournament organizers as well within the FGC. We really, internally we love FGC as well, but we wanted to make sure that the pros would love it, would use it as well, and it's to their standard, which it is. So
it's for the people, by the people.
Exactly.
That's
or
awesome.
Gamers by gamers.
What are the different versions? We've got Chun-Li here. We've got, is that Cammy there?
Cammy.
And those are the two that are going to be available at launch?
Yes, so we'll have the standard edition, and then we'll have Chun-Li and Cammy at launch to start. So you'll have the three.
Okay. And outside of the customization options, is there plans for future collaborations with anybody?
Yeah, I'm a big fighting game fan myself. I love different games. I love Warner Brothers, as you can probably see.
Oh, nice.
And I love a lot of IP within fighting games. So nothing for now, but you never know what can come in the future.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the question everybody wants to know, do they have chroma?
Of course.
Okay.
We're Razer. Yeah, you can I don't know if you can tell, but we do have the chroma along the edge here, and you can customize that. There's a ton of different ways. I won't go into too much detail, but basically you can do a cool thing where you hit the lock switch, press create, and these buttons will do different things for your chroma lighting. And that
really?
Yeah, it's super cool. And you know, we know with the FGC, people love to show off their fight stick.
Yeah.
People do different kinds of artwork, different kinds of lighting on the buttons. So we wanted to do that for our fans as well. So like I said, you can customize the top plate, and you can also change the lighting to however you like as well.
Is there going to be any sort of game-specific, I guess, like bundles of chroma lighting, or is that?
That's still something that we're talking about. It's still TBD for right now. Well, there is built-in reactive lighting to the button, so when you do button presses, it will react to your button presses.
All right.
But maybe in the future we'll do something with that with the actual game itself. It's still TBD.
Very cool.
Yeah.
What would you say are like the biggest benefits of this layout? Because this is just like completely like nothing that I've ever, can get my head around.
Yeah, for sure. And I come from the same background. I mean, I grew up in the 90s playing in arcades, so joystick is nostalgia to me. I love the joystick, but this is the future. And kind of the benefits for leverless is that it helps you with reducing input errors. So for an example, like say you do a fireball with Ryu, right? You go from like 6 o'clock to 3 o'clock and press punch. Say on accident you go above 3 o'clock, you're gonna do a forward jump, and then you mess up the fireball. With this, jump is its own button. It's the big one right here. So basically...
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, so basically just press down, forward, and punch. You eliminate that risk of accidentally doing a forward jump. So there's certain things with leverless that eliminates execution errors.
Right.
That's beneficial, and a lot of top pros are transitioning to that, and that's something we noticed. So we knew we had to make something awesome for this new golden age, and that's why we came out with we knew leverless was the future. So even myself, like I said, I'm a joystick guy, but this is the future. So we transitioned to this, and we knew we could really make it awesome with our tech that we have from Razer. And so for me, it's the game changers, the switches.
That's what I was going to ask. Like, what are we talking about for switches here?
Yeah. So as you know, Razer makes our own. We make our own switches. Yep. We have a ton of keyboards. So we went with the red optical linear switches.
Nice.
These are the same switches in our Deathstalker V2 Pro keyboard, which I use and I love. And the benefit is, a lot of fight sticks use mechanical switches. Mm-hmm. We went with optical. You can't beat the speed of light.
Right.
And a lot of combos require heavy execution and like one frame links for some games. So if you drop that combo, your opponent can punish you.
Yeah.
So we wanted to give the user the best speed advantage possible to kind of help with that latency to do your combo executions. So.
When can people get their hands on one of these?
So release date currently is TBD. There is a pre-order going on GameStop US right now.
Okay.
But for right now, the official release date is TBD. We'll have some news very, very soon on the release date. I'm super hype on it. I hope the fans are. So far, we've had a really great reaction. We were able to go to the Street Fighter launch event and showcase these last week, and the reception we got was amazing, so thank you all. I know Maximilian showed it on his stream, which was awesome, and we got a ton of Reddit posts, and I got so many text messages and DMs.
Went viral.
Yeah, it blew up pretty quickly. So it seems like FGC is pretty hyped for it, and we are too. So
nice.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, my level of hype went like a lot higher as soon as I saw him. I was like, you gotta be kidding me! This is badass. So,
yeah,
Ollie, I want to thank you so much for your time. I am Seth Macy. This is IGN Summer of Gaming. For more fighting game knockout punches, keep it right here on IGN. Thank you. Good talking to you.
Now, it's been 7 years since our last go around in one of the most storied fighting games of our time. And now we're back at it with Tekken 8. And here to get us all caught up is game director at Bandai Namco, Katsuhiro Harada, and Tekken producer Michael Murray. How are you all doing? Thank you all so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Now, we have some very specific questions that I'm pretty sure all the fans are excited to hear the answers to. So I'm going to start with my first one here. You've been demoing Tekken 8 to both press and fighting fans, and I wonder what kind of feedback have you been getting about the game, and has that feedback led to any substantial gameplay changes?
So we've been demoing the game, like you said, and actually the response was overwhelmingly positive, almost scarily so. We're comparing this to back in the day when we used to do location tests in the arcades, and players would have this notebook that they could use to write comments about the game and feedback. And a lot of times, that was very critical because the people who were there were the hardest core of the players in Tekken. So compared to that, yeah, surprisingly good. But there were a few things we noticed, not necessarily from the verbal feedback that they gave, but watching them play the game. We noticed that one of the new mechanics this time around, the heat system, was something that they weren't fully grasping as quickly as we liked. So we thought we wanted to do something to kind of adjust the learning curve there, to make it so that they could pick it up much quicker. So there is that, we made some changes to that because of the feedback.
Speaking of which, what specific changes have you made regarding the heat system?
So about the heat system, in case you're not familiar with it, the main theme of the game this time around is to aggressive fighting style of the players. So to kind of emphasize that, we added this new heat state. And what this is there's two methods that you can use to enter the state. And you can choose to do so by going directly into it, using the heat burst, where you just push a button and instantly you're in the state. Or there's certain moves for each character that when you hit your opponent with them, it allows you to enter the state as well. Obviously, there's more advantage to hitting your opponent with the heat engager, is what the move's called, rather than going directly, because you get more time in the heat state that way. But previously, if you notice on the bottom, the health gauge, where the heat energy is, there used to be kind of like these chains representing almost these stocks. And so depending on if you had one or two, the things you could do were a little bit different. And it wasn't necessarily that straightforward to the players, so we wanted to streamline it. So we got rid of the heat energy in the meaning of the stocks and just has the gauge. So it's much more simplified, and you can also tell right away what you're able to do. And when you're in the heat state, there's also this kind of very cinematic sequence of attacks that each character is unique to each character, called the heat smash. And so it used to be that the command for this technique was different for each character, but we've also made that just one button to kind of simplify it across the roster. So those are some of the major changes we've made as a result.
You mentioned aggressive players. So do you think Tekken 8 kind of caters more to aggressive players or defensive players, given the gaming mechanics?
That's an interesting question. It's quite a deep one. So we first need to kind of start off on the kind of basis of the philosophy there. So many people might not think this way, but if you look at fighting games, they're different when you think of defense and offense than other versus online games. So in other games, when you attack your opponent, most of the time the damage is done if they're in the space when you're attacking. But for fighting games, you can block attacks, right? So that can totally negate the damage of the attack, which is already makes it kind of skewed to defensive capabilities in that result. And when you're thinking of not just fighting games in general, but Tekken is a 3D fighting game. So in addition to blocking, you can also do sidestepping to evade your opponent's attacks, making it even more skewed towards defensive capabilities. So this new mechanic and the aggressive that we're talking about means that we just wanted to add a certain time that it's limited, obviously, in which a player can more easily open up their opponent and enjoy going on the fence, and to actually motivate players to be more offensive rather than turtling up or running away. Because it's actually quite fun when you actually go on the fence and try it out, and it's a lot more fun for spectators who are watching the game as well. So those were not just the players themselves, but people watching the game via live streams or esports or whatever is something we had to take into account as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely always on the defense, so I'm going to have to not turtle up, as you say, and run away. Now, historically, let's talk about like the cabinets that that Tekken usually comes out with. Like Tekken has been a game where they've been released on arcade cabinets with the console version coming out later. Things are a little bit different right now. So can you describe why the change with Tekken 8?
いくつかポイントありましたね。もともとやっぱりおっしゃったように一番大きい。
There's actually a variety of reasons for the change. It is a major change in the history, as you mentioned. This is the first time we're actually starting off with console, and there were several reasons why we're doing this. One of the major ones, obviously, is just the state of the arcades worldwide. Previously, they were everywhere in the U.S., in Europe, Asia, etc. And then they started declining, right? But the speed of the decline in the West, the US and Europe, was much, much faster than that of Asia. So probably around Tekken 5, which was like 2005 or so, was when we started to see a noticeable difference there. And what happens as a result is when you started to not see arcades anymore in the West, but only in Asia, when we were doing an arcade-only release first and then jumped to console, that meant that the players in the West were having to wait for 2 years to get their hands on the game. So the start line for people in Asia and those outside of Asia was different, which wasn't a great thing for many reasons. And then another is just a simple internal matter that since then our company has changed the organization so that the arcade guys are actually a separate company from the console division, which Harada and I are in. So many kind of elements went into that decision, but the first two are probably the biggest ones.
So that means that it's ending with Tekken 7, which is the final arcade cabinet, right?
At least for the arcade first release.
Yes. Well, fortunately, here in the IGN office, we have a Tekken 7 cabinet.
Yeah. I saw it.
And I have this, if Harada-san can do us the pleasures of signing it after our interview.
Yeah, of course.
Excellent.
Yes. Awesome. All right, now my final question. Now the next closed network tests for Tekken start July 21st and again on the week of the 28th. Can fans expect to experience, what can they expect to experience, like regarding like stages, characters, competitive gameplay, etc.? What can we expect?
キャラクターは16体だったね。
So we actually had the closed alpha test at several events. I think Combo Breaker was the one in a big tournament in the US. We had some in Europe and Asia as well, where limited people who were actually participating in the tournament that day could, for Tekken 7, could check out the game. So this is the first time we're actually opening up to a broader audience. And so for the closed network test, we have 2 different dates, as you mentioned. The first one will be on the PS5 only. And we'll have 16 characters available, which is a decent size. And that's just for this time. Obviously, when we release the game, it's going to have a lot more characters than that. But just for the test. There'll also be about 5 stages. And you'll be able to play all the new mechanics we're talking about, and the changes we made to the heat system as well will be reflected in that build. Not only that, the second date you mentioned is when we're going to be opening it up to crossplay between PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, and PC. So that'll be something the first time that people actually get a chance to check out not just the network play, but crossplay as well. So we're looking forward to that.
I think we're all looking forward to it. This is really exciting. Harada-san, Michael, I want to thank you both so much. We're going to go to our Tekken 7 cabinet machine, and maybe I'm going to get you to sign it, and I'm going to show you some of my defensive techniques if you're open to it. You're probably going to school me on it anyways, but yes, fighting fans can look forward to Tekken 8 and follow IGN's coverage as we get closer to the release. IGN Summer of Gaming continues.
Oh, hello there. That was a look at Tekken 8 right here on IGN Summer of Gaming.
Yes, it certainly was a look at Tekken 8.
Tekken 8.
Yep.
on Summer of Gaming.
Mm-hmm. You betcha.
There's more coming up.
More games, not more Tekken 8.
No, we already did Tekken 8.
On IGN Summer of Gaming.
Still to come, not Tekken 8, Sonic Superstars.
You know what else is going fast? IGN Rewards. So you should go sign up right now. Tons of exclusive offers on free games, and if you act now, you can enter to win an Xbox Series X, Steam Deck, gift cards, and so much more cool stuff. So head over to IGN.com/rewards and sign up. You deserve it. You're great. We love you. We're having a good time here.
Yeah, we're using so many cameras, all the cameras, thousands of dollars worth of cameras just to be stupid up here.
There's lots more Summer of Gaming coming up real soon. We'll be right back.
We're taking a quick break.
Don't you dare.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors, beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Open your own sushi restaurant? Then I've got the game for you. Dave the Diver is a casual single-player adventure RPG. Fish and explore the deep sea by day, and by night, manage your own sushi joint. Join Dave and his quirky cast of buddies to uncover the secrets of the mysterious blue hole. Dave the Diver will be coming to full release on June 28th on Steam. Don't miss out on this amazing adventure. Let's take a look.
Meet Dave, an interesting little human with a precarious love for the sea. He spends his days diving the chilling depths of a mysterious blue hole. And when he isn't merely surviving or rummaging resources, he's often found snapping photographs, racing seahorses, farming, and really anything that grabs his attention. It's this gluttonous appetite for adventure that gets him into all kinds of unique situations. Luckily, he's at the top of his game and at the top of the food chain. I suppose even the most voracious hunters have their off days. The blue hole is home to unimaginable secrets. And with Dave's unquenchable thirst for discovery, there's no telling what he may encounter. Dave the Diver.
Oh, hello there, you beautiful people. That was Dave the Diver, right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. Most of the time when we say a deep dive, it's like a figure of speech, but that was actually a deep dive with Dave.
It sure was. Up next, a much less literal deep dive on Sonic Superstars. At least I hope it's not literal because those underwater levels stress me out.
He does drown a lot down there. Let's keep that blue man on dry land. Walk, walk.
Now, it was just last year we received Sonic's latest 3D adventure in Sonic Frontiers, and just a little over half a year later, Sega is back at it again, taking our favorite blue hedgehog back to his 2D roots with Sonic Superstars. And here to talk to us about it is Sonic Creative Officer Takashi Iizuka and translating for Iizuka-san, Senior Director at Sega of America, Austin Keys. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, my first question is, what was the inspiration behind Sonic Superstars?
A lot of the inspiration came back when we were in development looking at, the Sonic Mania and then Sonic Origins came out. We wanted something that really hit on that 2D gaming element, but we wanted to make it something that was going to be more current and in the now. So we took that 2D classic gaming structure and started creating a game that really hit on all of those classic moments, the classic gameplay, but brought it into something current that could stand right next to Sonic Frontiers, which is also the current 3D version of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Now, what can you tell us about the story of Sonic Superstars?
Yeah, we are taking this back to the roots of the classic Sonic formula, and I can't talk that much about the story of Sonic Superstars, but I can say that the storytelling that we're going to do is similar to that classic version of the game. So we don't have voiceover, we aren't making people read a lot of text in order to understand the story. We're going down even further into the roots, and we're using that classic storytelling technique of just using the characters as superstars and kind of how they're running around in the world and how they're doing battle against Eggman, and all that is being told in that classic formula of storytelling.
What is it about this particular game that sets it apart from its predecessors?
The biggest difference between this current version of the classic Sonic game and the current versions of 3D Sonic games, we really make Sonic Frontiers to be a game that gamers are going to be able to jump into, get into the deep gameplay, play for a long time, and really have a lot of fun as a gamer. But we wanted to do something different for Sonic Superstars and take that classic gameplay formula and present a game where you can have the whole family come in and join. It's very easy, open for all ages to just jump in, play the game, understand it, have fun, have other people play with you, and really have a good time together.
Now, you mentioned playing with the family and friends. So what can you tell us about multiplayer and co-op?
So yeah, when we were developing the game, Sonic Superstars, it's all about our superstar characters, Sonic, Tails, Amy, and Knuckles. And Amy's going to be playable in this game. We wanted to bring those superstars into the game and have you be able to play cooperatively with each other with our superstars.
Now, of course, Eggman is like the big baddie in the Sonic universe, and I'm assuming we're definitely going to see him show up in Superstars. But are there any other villains that we could also expect, or is that you can't really tell me? I'll let you translate this.
So yes, Eggman is the villain of this story, but what's going to be new and interesting is Eggman has actually hired or employed Fang, which some people may know and remember from some of our older games. But yes, Eggman has hired Fang to kind of take over the island together as a team. And what Fang has done, he's even gone out on the island and found another character, Trip, who they're going to join forces, and the three of them are now like the evil group that's going to be working against Sonic and the Superstars.
The combat system in Sonic Frontiers is really extensive. I'm kind of curious, what are we looking at with Superstars, like as in regards to the platforming and the combat system?
One of the things we wanted to do is make sure we really had the roots of that classic gameplay solid. The very first thing the team did was went and replicated that classic gameplay down very precisely. So when you're playing Sonic Superstars, you're running, you're jumping, you're getting into a ball, you're defeating enemies, and you're continuing forward. So once they had that fundamental base created, they went in and said, we need now character-specific actions. We need Tails to be able to fly, Knuckles needs to glide and be able to climb, Amy needs to be able to use her hammer. So they went in, after that base was created, and started putting in the character's unique actions.
So we have 7 Chaos Emeralds that are in this game. Can you tell us what happens when you actually obtain the emeralds?
はい。今までのソニックゲームですと、
So I think we know before in classic Sonic games, when you got all 7 of the Chaos Emeralds, or when you got all of the Chaos Emeralds, you could turn into Super Sonic. In this game, we have something a little bit different. When you get a Chaos Emerald, each of the Chaos Emeralds are going to have their own unique emerald powers. So as you're playing the game and as you're collecting these emeralds, you're going to want to, get the emeralds because you also have these unique abilities you can use in the game. Some of these abilities may be able to create many different avatars of your character, and those avatars will come on screen and help defeat all the enemies. There's other Chaos Emerald powers where you can turn into this liquidy water form, and because you're also part of water, you can go into a waterfall and maybe swim up the waterfall as your water-powered self. So there's lots of unique abilities that you'll be able to have by getting the Chaos Emeralds, and it's something very unique to this game, not done in the other classic series titles.
This is amazing. We've never seen anything like this in any Sonic game, so I'm kind of curious. Do each of the emeralds affect the characters differently, or is it like similar effects across the board?
Yes, all of the powers are tied to the emerald. These are the emerald powers. So as you get these emeralds, you have that ability for any of the characters you play with. So if you're playing with Tails or Knuckles as well, you can also turn into the water form and use the same abilities that Sonic has.
So I'm kind of curious, what inspired you all to kind of give the emeralds different powers?
So the
inspiration actually came from inside of our own titles. I think a lot of the inspiration came from Sonic Colors and the color powers that in a modern Sonic game, that's what they wanted to do in order to give Sonic new abilities and be able to make a world and a zone that's different, that can be navigated differently, either with the laser or with the other color powers. But they wanted to take that kind of idea and digest that and say, if we're making a classic Sonic game, what are the powers we can give classic Sonic? How can we give classic Sonic those powers, and how can those actions and powers actually help make it easier for classic Sonic to get around? And then here's the new level design that we can create because we have these abilities. We have if it was a color powers, a drill that could get to a place that usually modern Sonic couldn't get to. But these new these emerald powers, because we have these emerald powers, we can have classic Sonic and the other classic superstars get around and navigate the world differently.
Now, of course, we have to talk about the graphics. It seems you all have fully embraced the 3D aesthetic, which is popular today. How are you able to kind of melt that with the old 16-bit days? Because we've advanced pretty far beyond the Genesis and the Game Gear with our current gen consoles.
まずグラフィックが綺麗になるというのは当たり前ですよね。それと
It is that 2D classic Sonic game, but because we're using 3D models to create the world and the characters, we're able to do things inside of that 2D gameplay formula that we couldn't have done before. So sometimes it's going to be sending the character back further into the world. Maybe it's going to be turning the character, spinning the character in a way that we couldn't really do with the classic look and the pixel art. Or it could be a boss battle that we're going to have in this kind of 3D space. There's all these things we can do because we have 3D models. Even though we have a 2D game style and a game format, we're able to play around and do things that the classic Genesis and Game Gear titles couldn't do.
From what we've seen, it looks like we're going to be getting a lot of new levels and worlds for Sonic and his friends to play in. But for the hardcore fans, can we expect any of the classic worlds to return, like Green Hill Zone? I'm a huge fan of Green Hill Zone.
今回ソニックマニアはそのグリーンヒルゾーン
What we wanted to do with Sonic Superstars is really create something new and go in there and create these brand new islands that you get to explore as Sonic. For Sonic Superstars, we wanted to take Sonic to brand new North Star Islands and have Sonic run around in this new environment. So we wanted to make brand new places for Sonic to go in this new title.
Last question I have to ask, because music is very important to the Sonic series. Kind of curious, what type of jams are we going to be listening to in this game?
そうですね。クラシックソニックはすごくポップな。
So yeah, the classic Sonic music has always had this real fun pop vibe to it, and we wanted to stay true to the roots with the classic series and go and create some new, great new music for Sonic Superstars. So what we did is actually, we're working with Jun Senua, who is the music director on Sonic 3, and he's also worked on Sonic Mania, but we're using Jun, and he's partnering with other people who also worked on Sonic Mania music and creating this new kind of sound and this new music that's going to be a perfect fit for a classic Sonic game. Lots of fun, lots of pop.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Honestly, I cannot wait. Azuka-san, Austin, thank you all so much for filling us in on Sonic Superstars. And before they leave, I'm going to have them sign this compendium here. Azuka-san, if you will do me the honors of signing this.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Azuka-san. Look at this, this is so amazing. Azuka-san, Austin Keys, thank you all so much for telling us a bit more about Sonic Superstars. And of course, you can expect Sonic Superstars to release later this fall across all platforms. And we'll of course keep you posted throughout the months to come. IGN Summer of Gaming continues.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. Wow, that Sonic interview went by so fast, but I guess that's to be expected because he goes quick, he's fast.
No thank you. Who writes this crap? Idiot. If you're just joining us, don't worry, you didn't miss the Xbox showcase. That's coming up very soon. To keep you entertained until then, the crew from IGN's Unlocked, the weekly Xbox show, is going to run down what they hope to see during Microsoft's big presentation.
That's right, that starts in a few minutes, but first, here's a speed run of some of the big reveals from Summer Game Fest. Take a look.
Welcome to Game Changers, presented by the game-changing Xfinity 10G network, where we cover off on the hottest news and highlights that you don't want to miss. When it comes to Game Changers, Xfinity is leading the way, giving you a powerful connection today while building towards a faster, more reliable tomorrow. Now, let's take a look at some game-changing highlights from IGN's Summer of Gaming. Jeff Keighley continued IGN's Summer of Gaming with his big show, Summer Game Fest. And we got a lot of looks at some cool games. Because the writer of this recap is biased, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was without a doubt the greatest thing shown at SGF. This extended look at the game showed off some iconic areas, like the Chocobo Farm, Calm Inn, and the city of Junon. But rewinding it just a little bit, SGF began with a brutal new look at Mortal Kombat 1, which is technically Mortal Kombat 12, but we don't have time to get into all of that. Another surprise drop was The Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, a 2D Metroidvania side-scroller that looks to echo the success of Metroid Dread. The Remedy universe continues to grow with an extended look at Alan Wake 2. And reminder, it's not a lake, it's an ocean. Only my Wake heads get that reference. And rounding us out for SGF was the unexpected Sonic Superstars, a modern 2D side-scroller. But I'm out of time. Stay tuned for more Game Changers brought to you by the game-changing Xfinity 10G network.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed.
No, it was good. I liked it. Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not
entertained! Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and today, Microsoft takes the stage with an all-new Summer Games Showcase. We know we'll see Starfield, and a Forza Motorsport test drive seems likely, but what else? Will we get updates on the latest installments of Fable, The Outer Worlds, and Hellblade? Will mysterious new projects like Avowed and Everwild be properly unveiled? Well, we don't have to wait long to see what's in store, because Xbox Summer Games Showcase pre-show kicks off right now. All part of IGN Summer of Gaming.
Hello and welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's Xbox Show Podcast Unlocked. Joining me today to break down what we expect and hope to see from Microsoft at the showcase, please welcome Stella Chung, Destin Legary, and Kat Bailey. Hey everybody.
Hello.
Hey. Good to see all of you. Before we get started, just a reminder that IGN Summer of Gaming is going on all through June, and we have tons of coverage lined up, Xbox and otherwise. But if it's Xbox-focused content that you're after, you can catch new episodes of Unlocked with us every Wednesday on IGN, on YouTube, or wherever you get your podcast. All right, now let's get into it. First, I want to start with what we know is going to be at this showcase, because it's actually a short list of confirmed things that we absolutely know are going to be there. Destin, would you like to start with the obvious one?
Starfield.
Yes, that's getting its own direct, so that's going to be immediately following the showcase. There's no intermission, there's no break, so just keep watching here on IGN. And we're gonna just throw right to that. We'll keep going, and then we'll come back and talk all about what we saw. And we're gonna talk a lot more Starfield. Kat, anything else that is like confirmed? You're a news director. It is your job to have your finger on the pulse of everything. Has anything else been absolutely confirmed for today?
Well, we know that we're not going to be seeing Stalker 2, which, of course, there's a lot happening in Ukraine at the moment. But so no Stalker 2, that one's out, but we will be seeing Forza Motorsport. So, and that's going to be technically a technical showcase, a graphical showcase. So it's a great opportunity to show what the Xbox Series X can do.
So Stella, if we're going to see Forza, which I've been very looking forward to this. It's been a while since Forza Motorsport 7. You know, they've taken their time to rebuild the game from the ground up for next gen. We've got to be getting a release date for it, right?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I think Destin has been pretty much hounding that point that we're going to be getting a release date, which is why I'm surprised you didn't bring up Forza, but I know Starfield's the big one. Everyone's excited for that. Totally understand.
If you had said Forza first as opposed to Starfield, I would have been a little surprised. So.
Well, it's the one on all the branding. So.
Yeah, there's just it's literally right there on the screen right now. Showcase the countdown with 22 minutes to go and the Starfield Direct logo. Well, let's talk a little bit about Xbox's year so far. Actually, not just 2023, but I want to go back to the showcase last year, and I think the good, valid reason to do that is because, as we all remember, at that showcase 1 year ago, they said everything you're about to see will be out in the next year. By the time the next Forza
showcase.
So as things go in game development, that didn't quite pan out. But let's talk about the year that's been, and it's been a tough one, Kat, for Xbox. Not nearly as many, and Microsoft has even, Phil Spencer's acknowledged this. It's not been the best year for Xbox, but they did have some pleasant surprises. One in particular back in January, a little game from Tango Gameworks. Is that your worst nightmare as the news person when a major console exclusive release gets shadow dropped?
Oh no, not for me. It's fine. It's for the review folks are the ones who have to deal with that problem. I really enjoyed Hi-Fi Rush. It's actually one of my favorite games of the year. It really brought me back to the GameCube era, and it was an interesting model for Game Pass because they shadow dropped it. You saw it on the stream, you thought, oh, that looks really good. I really want to play that. And the next thing you know, it's on Game Pass. And I'm like, I'm going to try that out now. And it felt like it got a really nice burst of pleasant optimism and everything, which was a nice little win for Xbox.
Yeah, still, I know we talked a lot on Unlocked about how much I think we did a couple of shows literally called We Adore This Video Game.
Yeah.
Like, it just had, it kind of did everything right, didn't it? It was a good action game, it had beautiful art style, and even it had a personality too, right?
Yeah, we talked about the background, how everything was moving to the beat and everything. We're just like, it's been a minute since we've seen that much heart in like a little game that came out like shadow dropped, right? Especially you're just like, whoa, there's so many details to this. Like, and it was really cool to see the community kind of come together and tweet out all the little things that they saw, and it was really cool.
Destin, the rest of their year from June 2022 to June 2023, there just hasn't been much, with one unfortunate notable exception. Their most recent thing, we don't need to relitigate this too much, but they're, they could use some good momentum right now because their last major first-party release was not great.
Yeah, so Redfall came out. A lot of people encountered a ton of problems with that game, myself included, and we've kind of talked about that one a ton. But that was at the same time that the whole acquisition of Activision was blocked. Right. And then Phil Spencer went on the Kind of Funny Xcast show, and he was like looking pretty down.
Downtrodden, yeah.
Yeah. So that was a rough week, and I was really excited about Redfall. So to see it to launch in that state, it was disappointing for a lot of fans. And hopefully, my hope for this showcase is that they're able to start to hit a cadence with their releases that's regular, and we don't have these big gaps.
Yeah, and I think they're set up for that. And I know a lot of Xbox fans are tired of hearing, well, wait till the next thing, wait till next year. But if we take a look at what they've got coming up, Starfield's the next big thing. This is Todd Howard and the Bethesda Game Studios team, who is, quite frankly, never missed. They've, they don't ship games often, but when they do, they've been phenomenal. Hellblade 2 is a game that's seems to be soon-ish. Whether that's this year or not, we'll talk more about both in the pre-show here and in the post-show. They've got, of course, Forza Motorsport. They've also never missed and not even come close to missing. That is a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 game every single time.
Persona.
Yeah, things that have already leaked. I'll take things that have already leaked for 200, Alex. Some Persona stuff. And then it's, so they're set up for some success here moving forward. And kind of on that note, that's the next thing I want to ask all of you is what does Xbox need to do today on this showcase to have a great show today? Kat, I'll start with you.
I think you need to get a lot of hype around Starfield because Starfield, generally people are like, oh, okay, they came out of it, but there was some mixed reactions to it. So I think establishing Starfield as the next big thing that people are really legitimately excited about, 45 minutes or however long it's going to be, that's a long time, so hopefully people don't actually fall asleep. And then I would like to be surprised. I think that we know a lot of what's going to be coming in the show, but it would be really good to be able to come out and be like, wow, that trailer or that reveal was really, really good. I have something to really look forward to from Xbox now.
Stella, how about you? What does Xbox need to do to have a good show today?
A lot is riding on Starfield, right? We talked about that a lot. For me, in Starfield specifically, it's going to be the different quest lines that you can do with people, the different dialogue options that you can have with people. That's going to be the biggest thing for me because we haven't seen a lot of stuff narrative-wise, right? So that's something for Starfield for me, but also lots of gameplay that can clearly dictate what a game is because I am very tired of getting misled by what a trailer looks like, right? So a lot of in-depth detail on gameplay, maybe a little developer breakdown, because I do love those. So, yeah.
Of course, Aaron Greenberg, the longtime head of marketing at Microsoft, has already said for first-party stuff in the showcase today, there's no CG. So they're going to show actual game stuff.
Yeah.
Destin, do we need Do we need some updates on some of these games they've already announced? What do we need for a good show today?
I mean, it would be great to hear what's going on with State of Decay 3, but for them to have a great show, show me Avowed. And you're going to have a great show, because I'm going to lose it if they show that game. Seriously, though, new stuff, gameplay of new stuff that we haven't seen. I think that's going to go a long way with the community. The overall response to the PlayStation Showcase and Jeff Keighley's thing has been a sort of mixed, right? So if Xbox comes out, they show a bunch of gameplay, and they show some new stuff we haven't seen before, I think they're really going to knock people's socks off.
All right, the Xbox Showcase is coming up, and we want to hear what you think of it all. Tweet at us during the show using the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming. Don't just write Summer of Gaming, we'll never see it. Afterwards, and we will be using the Lenovo Legion Slim 7i powered by a 13th gen Intel Core i9 processor. Let's talk to marketing about shortening the name on that to see what you all had to say. But first, we got to see Cyberpunk 2077's Phantom Liberty DLC at Summer Game Fest Play Days. Oh my goodness, it's too early. I got to get warmed up here. Also, don't forget to stick around for our post show where we will recap everything that Microsoft has shown off, and maybe I'll have a little something else to say too. Don't go anywhere. IGN Summer of Gaming continues after this.
Hey everybody, I am Seth Macy. I'm joined by Destin Ligari.
Hey,
we
Seth.
are at Summer Game Fest. Destin, you just got to play Cyberpunk 2077, little extended demo.
Yeah, Phantom Liberty, the new Idris Elba DLC, and it was great.
Yeah?
Yeah, anybody like me that likes Cyberpunk on PC and cleared the whole map.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I really like Cyberpunk
Okay.
on PC. So I did everything that there was to offer. And now there's this huge new story DLC coming where, based on what I experienced, basically, the president crashes, you go save her, and there's this mysterious character who kind of leads you towards how to help her, right?
Okay.
And then eventually you are led to meet up with Solomon, the character played by Idris Elba.
Okay.
And at first it's a little like, I don't know, Mission Impossible.
Okay, cool.
Are you good?
Cool.
Are you bad? I don't know. And you're kind of like left throughout the whole experience of the demo, not sure if you should trust the president and this person they've sent them to or not.
A little intrigue.
Yeah, there's one point where they allow you to take the oath of like the military, basically, right?
I, V, do solemnly swear. I, V, do solemnly swear.
And I'm like, I don't even know you. No, I'm not gonna do your oath thing. And they give you a coin, and so it's sort of like a spy thriller at first, but you're really not sure how to feel about everything.
Okay.
I played that story content for about an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh, wow.
And they said, like, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Did they give you any clues as to like how much content there is?
Not really, but there is a lot.
All right,
to
we will
do in
have
the
more
world. There's these
Cyberpunk
things called
2077 coming up after the showcase. But stick around, we're not done. We got some predictions and more coming up for you right after this.
The one I had time to do, it was like some purple.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN's strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Black Desert Online is an MMORPG played by 20 million adventurers worldwide on PC. And now, the latest free expansion, Land of the Morning Light, invites you to explore a brand new region with all new boss fights, quests inspired by Korean folklore, architecture inspired by the Joseon Dynasty period, and tons more. Let's take a look.
Welcome back. This is IGN's Summer of Gaming. Don't worry, you didn't miss the Xbox showcase. It's coming right up. We're just helping pass the time till this thing kicks off under 10 minutes to go. Don't forget to stick around afterwards for our post-show where we will recap and react to everything that Microsoft shows off. Until then, Xbox posted a video on Twitter with some very familiar background music and a trail of glitter that they'll be vacuuming up for the next 5 console generations. Do you think we will see Fable today? I know that's high on my wish list. Destin, I'll go to you first here.
We'd better. Otherwise, like, I'm going to lose it because it feels like a misleading social post, right? So I really hope it's there. I would love to see Fable gameplay.
Yeah, Kat, the pessimist inside me can't help but go, well, what if it's for like a PC port or a remaster or something? Because I'm with Destin. I'm gonna actually get my pitchfork and torch, and I'm gonna march with you to Microsoft if this is not. Kat, are you with us? Is this gonna be Playground's game today?
In fairness, I think a Fable 2 remaster would be kind of cool, actually. It's a classic. But
it is great. It's the best one of the series.
But I think that Fable actually, if it really hits, has a chance to really kind of knock our socks off, because Playground Games, I think it's one of the unsung heroes of the Xbox lineup. They consistently put out amazing work with Forza Horizon, and I'm kind of desperate to see them branch out. And Fable has historically been a big tentpole of Xbox. It's been a long time since we've seen it, and this could be a really fantastic open world revival for a classic series.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's now that game's almost certainly not coming out this fall. Let's focus on what we think the second half of Xbox's year could look like. We already know of course, that Starfield is the headliner. But Stella, what could the fall look like? We know Starfield's in, Stalker is not going to be here today, but like the last time we saw Stalker 2 was a trailer at the very end of last year that just said 2023. So like we could be playing that this fall, right?
It's very possible. And I know that they've been going through a lot recently, especially with all of the different leaks and the hackers that have been going through their files. But they're just like, oh, don't look at that stuff. So I'm wondering, is it pretty significant stuff? Maybe that means that there is a lot to the game that is finished now. So honestly, the more I look at Stalker, the more I revisit all the footage, I'm like, you know what? I'm really excited for this. So I don't know. I think potentially, yeah. Late this year, I think we could get Stalker 2.
We'll certainly understand if they don't, given that they're fighting off literal invaders in their home country. But yeah, 2023, they've been quiet for a while, other than saying today they posted online saying that they won't be at the showcase. But Destin, so, all right, Starfield's in, Stalker 2 maybe. Forza seems like high probability of shipping this year, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean, like it was supposed to, so
Yeah.
I have to imagine they're pretty far along.
Yeah.
That game looks gorgeous. I really hope to see more of it today. I'm excited to see more of it today because it's confirmed. And then they're doing the Forza Monthly right around the corner.
Yeah. And then another one I think could be part of the Xbox fall, the second half of the year. Maybe even they drop it in the summer. That'd be amazing. But Replaced, another that sort of Blade Runner-y pixel art game we've seen a couple trailers for, which looks like one of the coolest indie games coming to Xbox, and it is an exclusive. Also a Ukrainian developer, also in the same unfortunate circumstances that the Stalker 2 team is. So we'll see about that. But potentially we're looking at a really nice fall for Xbox. Now, let's shift attention. We've got a few minutes left before the Direct starts, about 5 minutes to be specific. What do we need to see from Starfield today as the big game, the biggest Xbox exclusive in quite a long time? What does this Starfield Direct need to achieve? Stella, I'm going to go to you first.
Ooh, okay. Well, we definitely need to see, for me personally, I definitely need to see Kombat, how that's going to look. We got a little bit of that, but I do remember, if you remember last year, I pointed out, oh, it looked a little weird to me. I wasn't a big fan of how it looked, especially with the way that the enemy name and everything was displayed. So I do want to see more of how that combat system is going to work, which I don't doubt it'll be good, but I do want an in-depth look at it. And of course, again, I want to know how relationships are going to work with people, because one of the biggest things with Fallout was being able to forge these relationships, see how your dialogue choices were going to change the story. I need to see that. So for me, that's what I need to see.
Destin, how about you?
I'm with Stella. They need to show story beats. They need to show how that aspect of it's going to play out. Show the RPG mechanics that Bethesda is really known for. Because there have been the comparisons to No Man's Sky, which I don't see as a negative personally, because I love No Man's Sky.
It's a beloved game.
Right, yeah, I've loved it since, even when everybody hated it, I've always loved that one. But they need to show how it's different and unique, like how it blends those other Bethesda elements. And they need to do it in a way where they take us on a journey so we can feel like we're playing the game, right?
Kat, how about you? I know you're like me. I think Starfield is number one on your wish list for the rest of the year. We're linked on that. So what do you think? What do we need to see from Starfield today?
I need to see scope. I need to see scale. I need to see just how big that universe is, and I need to see how dense that universe is. Bethesda, of course, is known for its enormous sandboxes. My dream is to get into a spaceship that I customize myself and wander the galaxy. Show me that. But more importantly, I think it needs a moment that really pops, that people really go, wow, like, holy cow, I'm sold on this game, because Starfield, it's an unknown. It's been hyped for a while, but it's not Fallout, it's not Elder Scrolls, so show me the moment that sells me on their vision.
Yeah, for me, is it Skyrim in space? And if it is that a good thing? And if it's not, is that a good thing? That's kind of the key, because a lot of people want Skyrim in space, and other people don't. So I'm sort of just curious where on the Skyrim scale, the Skyrim in space scale, it's going to land. All right, so we're about 2.5 minutes here. We're getting real close. Let's finish with, as we like to do on Podcast Unlocked, let's make some predictions. We did a whole hour of this last week, if you are a regular Podcast Unlocked viewer, so we won't repeat ourselves too much here, but on the eve, so pretty much nothing's leaked. It's been an airtight
Yeah.
run up to this thing. We haven't had to like dance around any weird leaks. So let's do it. Predictions for what we'll see today. I'll start at the end of the table and work my way back. Kat, you're up.
I think we're going to see Hellblade 2. And we haven't talked about it much, but I wouldn't be shocked if it got a fall release date, and that'd be a great stinger to the show.
That's right. We didn't even talk about that. Definitely could be part of Xbox's fall. That would strengthen things quite a bit. Destin?
I think Avowed is the closer to the show, but what I actually want to see is In Exile's FPS RPG. And Ryan, you got me on this one. I hope it's a Fallout 1 remake.
You know, we kind of worked into this whole theory that on the last episode, but I think you're really onto something there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Brian Fargo, the head of In Exile, has a connection to the original Fallout.
Yeah.
It would be something people would love to play that wouldn't get in the way of a future Fallout 5. Like, I really think you're onto something with this theory.
Like Dead Space was great. They just remastered Metroid Prime. Like, let's do Fallout 1.
Yeah.
Stella?
Ooh, yeah, so mine was, so Arc 2 was supposed to release this year anyway, so I'm like, we're definitely going to see an Arc 2 gameplay trailer because they switched everything over for Arc 1, all their servers, because they said it's going to be better maintenance. So I definitely think we got a gameplay trailer and a release date for this fall as well.
Have we not seen Arc at all since the Vin Diesel
I don't
cinematic
think
trailer
so.
from, is that 2 or 3 years ago now? It's been a while.
It's been a minute, yeah. So we need to see something.
For me, I am going to go to one of my favorite franchises that, again, we know is happening, but it's all been nothing's official. I think we're going to get some kind of Unreal Engine 5 based gameplay teaser for Gears of War 6, or just Gears 6 if they stick with the more recent nomenclature on that.
I hope so.
We know that the Coalition, they've been getting their hands dirty in Unreal Engine 5 with doing the work on that Matrix Awakens tech demo.
Shout out Tom Penty.
Yeah, I think Gears 6. All right, we are getting down to the wire here before we toss things over to Microsoft. Just a reminder, IGN's Summer of Gaming is happening all through June, and we'll be doing this whole thing all over again for Xbox's Extended Showcase. The countdown is on. Let's do it.
Oh, we're finally doing this, are we? Because I was going to make a sandwich. Okay. Let's do it. What do I think about heroes? Well, we've all seen them, haven't we? Swanning about the place with their disproportionately high cheekbones and comically massive weapons.
Wanker.
Roughing up bandits, because they like to rough up bandits, don't they? Living it up with the common folk every single night. On a day-to-day basis, I'd say the true hero is me, someone who's breaking new ground with fruit, with veg, on the agricultural side of things.
Just look at them.
Not wafting around mythical creatures. And that's what they are. Wafters.
Yeah, well done.
You see, I'm not here to slay legendary beasts. I'm here to conquer the vegetable, not a euphemism. Let's face it, the age of heroes is over. This is the age of innovation. This, if you will, is the age of death. One moment. This is awkward.
Yeah.
Oh.
World premiere.
Death don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy in this land. He'll come to your house and it won't stay long. You look in the bed and somebody be gone. Death don't have no mercy in this land.
Shaking bones. Been a while. So, you remember that favor you owe me? I'm looking for a creature. Huge, sneaky, teeth like knives. No? Well, hey, how about you guys? No? Nobody? Not helpful. Mm-hmm. Sneaky.
World premiere.
These are dangerous times. At least that's what I hear. The Empire? They're everywhere. But the world here belongs to the syndicates. If I want to survive, I have to play their game. Looks like I'm all in.
She's in here somewhere.
On second thought, I'm out.
There she is.
I've been held back my whole life. And now, I just need a chance to finally be free. Wherever that takes me.
I'm here to offer you a way out, okay?
Get off my ship, Jalen.
Give me a chance. You're gonna have to trust me. It'll be dangerous, risky. But if you pull this off, you'll never look over your shoulder again.
The underworld shows no mercy. But it's a big galaxy out there, and I'm gonna risk it all.
Wow. Fable, South of Midnight, Star Wars Outlaws. Welcome to our first ever double feature, the Xbox Game Showcase, followed by a deep dive into one of the most important RPGs ever made, Starfield. Gaming is the most powerful of all entertainment. It transports, it challenges, it connects us, and it's just incredibly and awesomely fun. That is why Team Xbox is committed to building the greatest place to play, by partnering with the most ambitious of game creators, and by unleashing the power of the gaming community, enabling all of us to play the games we want with our friends anywhere, from mobile devices to PCs to consoles. The lineup we have for you today is just incredible. These are the works of the very greatest creative teams from around the world. We made this show for you, the largest, most engaged, and globally diverse fan base in Xbox history. You are the heart and soul of Xbox. Your passion drives us, and you are the inspiration for the visionaries whose games we showcase today. From me and all of the team at Xbox, thank you. This next game is from Thunder Lotus, the award-winning studio behind Spiritfarer, who've gone back to their combat roots with an amazing co-op raid-focused action game that is uniquely theirs. All right, everybody, it's time.
World premiere.
Guys, it's a simple job. Just in and out. Nothing to it. Everybody hit the floor!
People don't like you very much, do they? Sent here to the living lands by an emperor who couldn't bother to come himself. To investigate some plague that seems to be corrupting our very souls. You want us to trust you. But the truth is, you scare us. The way you fight. The power you wield. The secrets you keep. You're either here to save us or destroy us. So now that you have all this power, what are you gonna do with it?
Welcome to the Scum Bar, the most notorious tavern on Melee Island. Wall-to-wall rogues and scoundrels.
So tell me, which ship is right for you? A big ship? A luxury ship? A ship with just a splash of je ne sais quoi?
The legend of Monkey Island? You mean Governor Guybrush. But Threepwood's not set foot out of that mansion for almost a year.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? I told you no autographs. Though I see you have a meet and greet ticket. And I guess it's not every day that you get to meet the mighty pirate Guybrush Threepwood, the legend of Monkey Island.
LeChuck has turned the memories of this island into a prison for Guybrush.
Well, well, what do we have here?
You need these.
Things may be very different from the sea of thieves you know. Hold on!
World premiere.
Hi, Melina here, speaking to you from our performance capture stage at Ninja Theory, where we have just wrapped our shoots for Senua Saga Hellblade 2. When we first showed gameplay for Hellblade 2, it was a look at some of the game's cinematic and immersive action, where Senua faced off against a gigantic troll on the Icelandic coastline. Today, we're taking you deeper into Senua's story, her personal quest, her unique perspective on the world, and the intimate journey that awaits you in Senua's Saga. What you'll see today is all captured by the team on Xbox Series X.
She can feel them slipping through her soul, following the threads of her mind. She's here to find them, the ones who hide. She needs their help with a promise, a question. But it's never so simple, is it? Wisdom has a price. There's always a part of you that changes. A part of you that darkens. And a part of you that dies.
Over there, that pool. I can feel them. I can feel them everywhere. The lost ones. They are watching us. You should never have come here. They can see us.
What is going to happen? It's time to find out. How can we make it happen?
It's time to find out. Why are they watching?
It's time to find out.
What are they waiting for?
Senua, what are you waiting for?
I'm here.
Watching more than one.
Where are they?
Where are you?
What do they want?
I don't like it.
I'm scared.
This is too much.
Mad woman.
Their eyes
Everywhere can feel them boring into her.
Witch.
What is she supposed to do? Do something.
ask them.
What do you want me to do?
Lost soul who fought through hell to find us.
You were lost. Not anymore. Pulled.
Are you ready for what you will find here?
What we will find.
What if it's all for nothing? What is that? There. They are waiting. There.
It's them.
It's you.
What will they do to her?
What will we do to us?
Touch it.
Feel
You're mine.
your voices.
All the parts of you that are broken.
You can be whole. All the grief.
All the rage.
All the fear.
Everything I've seen, everything I've done, has led me to this place.
We've come so far.
Not far enough. Say it.
You are ready.
Tell them.
I am here. Now.
What if we get lost forever?
What will happen to them?
What will happen to you?
I will not let them down.
She is ready. They know.
Go.
Who are these around you, Senua? Those you have saved, or those you led to death? こだここ。どうしたんだ？
Oh my god! A stranger!
なんだよ。どうかしたか？
Oh, surf's up, dude. Yeah, dude. Hang loose, bro.
俺がどうかしたのか？は？は？どうなってんだこりゃ！
What a sight! A verdant wonderland of promise plucked from post-atomic blight. The fruit of years of prudent progress and determined reclamation, and 15 million dwellers worth of keen imagination. From the heart of West Virginia to the depths of the pit.
Well, we owe it all to Vault 76.
No matter if you roam alone or spend your time with friends, you'll find a home in Appalachia where the good times never end. There are relics to uncover from a time before the war, along with loads of friendly folks to meet and enemies galore. Our world is always changing. Greater foes are overthrown as we embark on expeditions into thrilling new unknowns. Yes, from Appalachian settlements to Nuka World on tour. You're never short on things to do or places to explore. Think you've seen it all, eh? Well, how about this? Pack your bags for an escape of Epicurean bliss. Put your rad shield on and fix your hair up pretty, because we're headed for the boardwalk of Atlantic City. So there you have it. Now you know. There's a million ways to make the wasteland your waste home. And when you hear adventure calling, when you're looking for some kicks, answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault 76. Play it now with Xbox Game Pass.
World premiere.
General Motors' historic commitment to performance is embodied in two of its iconic brands, Chevrolet and Cadillac. The V-Series.R elevates Cadillac's competitive spirit to a whole new level with its thunderous V8 and hybrid power. The legendary Corvette has been a celebrated champion for decades. The all-new Chevrolet Corvette E-Ray continues that tradition. General Motors is proud to usher in a new era of competition with the innovators behind the new Forza Motorsport.
Forza Motorsport and General Motors are pairing their strengths in technical excellence and sophisticated modern design to take bold steps into the future and bring that experience to gamers. I'm thrilled to welcome the Cadillac V-Series.R and the Corvette E-Ray to the home of competition.
I know you're ready. You've got this. Let's tweak the car's performance for the next one.
I'm feeling the vibe, taking my time like deep in the maze, making my shine bright. Whoa, I gotta make it, I'm going sky high. Never hold back, right. Yeah, I'm rolling,
was your best lap yet.
This is my timeline.
I have seen all that ever was, and all that ever will be. I have seen betrayal, endurance, ambition, and courage. I am the one who knows. Perhaps the first time in my unending existence, I feel disconnected from fate's flow. Unseen forces move against me, hungry for forbidden knowledge. A mystery long kept hidden. A secret that threatens to unravel reality itself. Save Tamriel.
CSIS Unit 37. Toronto is under attack. By Null Sector.
There's something different about Null Sector this time.
They've taken over most of the city and they're rounding up Omnics. They need our help.
People are answering Winston's recall. There's new blood on the team, and we have so much to teach them.
If we can stop Null Sector, maybe we can save the city.
Coming through!
Been a while, Vivian.
As if I didn't have enough problems already.
So we fly up there, smash through anything that gets in our way, and put them out of business.
I hate to interrupt the moment, but I'm picking up reports of more attacks in other cities.
It's a fight they want. I say let's give it to them.
Engage. Target marked.
Time to create peace with bullets. Greetings.
Oh, yeah! Boom!
The world is counting on us.
Let's go.
Shall we do this together?
Fight with me!
Engaging.
Watch this! I saw that. Not bad.
World premiere.
What is this place? It looks like we're in a palace.
What the hell is going on? Who are these people?
No idea. But if they're attacking us, our only choice is fighting back. Hey, look over there! Can you get us out of here?
So you're telling me you're thieves who steal hearts, and you just happened to stumble into this world? The Rebel Corps will always help the Phantom Thieves, just as the Phantom Thieves have helped the Rebel Corps. Never forget that we're a united force who can rely on each other.
You should be grateful to have been made my subjects. But you're just mannerless little brats. Unfortunately, returning will be no easy feat.
Somewhere deep inside, I know you realize things can't go on like this. So, will you take a stand beside us?
Yeah, let's show them what we got.
Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. The wonder is, not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family.
We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Grab jump is ready. I love this part.
These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Human settlements throughout the galaxy could be at risk.
We are not stopping. Whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever. This is where we belong.
Hi. I'm very excited to be returning as Johnny Silverhand in the upcoming expansion for Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty. This new adventure reunites Johnny and V on a dangerous spy mission and introduces Idris Elba as Secret Agent Solomon Reed. It's really amazing to share the screen with you, Idris. It's cool to be a part of this game with you, man. As a player, you'll get to visit Dogtown, an unexplored part of Night City, and rescue the President of the new United States of America. Expect a massive expansion, twists, secrets, and plenty of stuff to do. I know the team at CD Projekt Red just keeps raising the bar when it comes to telling cinematic stories in video games. And I really can't wait for you to play it on Xbox Series X and S. But enough talking. I'm guessing you want to see for yourself. And so it is my honor and pleasure to give you and introduce the official trailer for Phantom Liberty. Check it out.
There's gotta be a way out of this.
Johnny, I'm dying. There's nothing can stop that.
V. My name is Songbird. I'm an NUS intelligence analyst. I know about the bomb ticking in your head. And I can save your life.
What's the catch? I need you to get to Dogtown.
Attention all Dogtown residents. The President managed to crash her Space Force One into our humble district.
Man's got 1,001 reasons to want Myers as a hostage. Sleeper agents. Time to wake them up.
So NUSA's tossing us back into the fray, huh?
Stay sharp. We're in the wolf's den now.
Get Myers out of there.
Time to evac.
Her safety is the top priority.
Shit! They catch us out here, we're dead.
Wait, hear that?
God almighty! It's moving! Run! This way! Quick!
Someone ratted us out.
You know, V, treason ain't ever black and white.
It's a charade, V.
Wherever she goes, people get hurt. Bodies drop.
Just want what Songbird promised me. The cure.
The situation's changed. Need to know if you're with me.
Illusion of freedom draws in the desperate. Pick your truth, V.
Come on, got iron in your hand. Gotta put it to someone's head. Pull the trigger.
If I don't do anything, and do it soon, I'll die.
僕を覚えてるか？
国民の信託を最も集めし者が次なる王となる資格を得るものとする。
陛下のお命が奪われるなど。
汝定めを課せられし子よ、憂いを抱える旅人よ。
こいつが俺の凱旋者だ。
果たして誰が次の王か。
己自身に命じなさい。内なる英雄の姿に変われと。
真の王を志すならば打ち勝ってみせよ。
僕のいる世界の出来事は君にとっては絵空事。
まさか人間？
この国は今有史以来の危機にさらされている。どうやら面白い力を手にしたようだ。
主君に捧げると決めた覚悟そのものだ。
これこそ人間の真実だ。
道は二つに一つ。
またあったね。やはり君は興味深い。
今こそあんた自身がそうなる番よ。
正義かどうかじゃない。
誰もが恐れと不安に負けそうで。
理想を貫け。
何が正しいのかわからない。
全ての始まりはあなたの持つ小説。
幻想はただの絵空事なんかじゃない。
World premiere.
Humanity's cities have fallen. Our people's only means of survival is to seek sanctuary here, in the Belfry. You must explore this world to find the origins of this evil. And bring hope back to our people. Together, you can save humanity.
World premiere.
This city is a miracle of progress. A finely tuned, delicately balanced machine. But it only takes one rebellious little gear to ruin everything. If you resist my rule, if you alter our past, if you threaten what I have built, there is nowhere in space or time where I will not destroy you.
What did I do?
Any last words before my friend puts one in your scalp?
Thank you all for joining us. Today is a special day for me and the team. I'm excited to see 11 games showcased from our first-party studios. We opened with Fable from Playground Games, which will bring the franchise into the modern era while staying true to its British style and humor. Compulsion and In Exile shared their first original experiences since joining Xbox with South of Midnight and Clockwork Revolution. And we are thrilled at how Avowed is shaping up for release next year from the RPG masters at Obsidian. In addition to Avowed, our studios will deliver Hellblade 2, an all-new Microsoft Flight Simulator, Towerborn, and more in 2024. Later this month, players can look forward to Elder Scrolls Online Necrom and Sea of Thieves Monkey Island. As we look to holiday, we will launch Starfield and Forza Motorsport, both built for Xbox Series X, S, and PC. We are also honored to share 14 games today from our creative partners, like Star Wars Outlaws from Ubisoft Massive in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games, 33 Immortals from Thunder Lotus, Kunitsu Gami, Path of the Goddess from Capcom, and more Persona games coming to Game Pass thanks to our continued partnership with Sega Atlas. I'd also like to congratulate the Studio Zero team on Metaphor Refantazio. It's great to be able to premiere what is next from the creators of Persona here in our showcase. We are focused on putting our players and game creators first in everything we do. No matter if you choose to play on Xbox, PC, or over the cloud, all gamers are welcome here at Xbox. When it comes to our consoles, we have heard your feedback on two fronts. First, we have significantly increased our supply of Xbox Series X, making it easier for fans to find globally. Second, we know you've wanted more storage with Xbox Series S, and I'm excited to share we have some news there as well. And now for the one more thing you've all been waiting for. Prepare for the most comprehensive deep dive we've ever done for the biggest game we've ever built. So sit tight and enjoy Starfield Direct.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us today and welcome to Bethesda Game Studios.
You know, we've been so lucky over the decades to make the kind of games that we love here. And that's thanks to all of you, from the Elder Scrolls to Fallout. We love creating these worlds and playing in them just as much as you do. And throughout all that time, we'd often talk about and dream up the space game. What if we could take that feeling of being who you want to be and exploring a new world, but set it in space, where you weren't really limited in where you could go or what you could do? And that is Starfield. Obviously, we've come a long way since then with the games we've built, our technology, and all of us here in the studio. We've done so much together, but, well, we've never tried to make a game like this. Today, you'll get to hear from many on the team and see so much of what we think makes our game special. So let's jump in and take a look. Starfield is our first new universe in over 25 years, but it's still a Bethesda RPG through and through, where you step into a new world and you get that feeling of unlimited possibilities. But this time, it's not just one world. It's over 1,000 worlds. Because the choice of where to go, it's not ours, it's yours. And it wasn't until now that we had the technology to create it. From the rocks at your feet, to the mountains in the distance, to the people and creatures that live in these worlds. That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually there orbiting the planet. Yes, you can visit it too. We realistically simulate the galaxy around you. Our next-generation lighting model uses real-time global illumination to light the world based on the type of star and the makeup of the planet's atmosphere. We also have an all-new animation system. And of course, you can play it in third person, and you can play it in first person. We love exploration and rewarding it, but you do explore differently in this game given its scale. That usually involves exploring an area you've landed in. You can collect resources, do a mission, and maybe even stumble upon something unexpected. We do love stuff and all of the items allowing you to pick everything up, and you can view all that in your data menu. This is the hub for everything you're doing, from your skills to your ship, your missions, and your inventory. We love to pack a ton of detail in every object, from all of your weapons, to spacesuits, to food. We just obsess over the details, and food. We obsess over food. When you're done exploring, you can walk back or fast travel to your ship. We have companions and crew you can take with you. I left Vasco here back at my ship.
Welcome back, Captain Howard.
And he can even say your name. Let's head out.
Our mission was to convey the wonder and majesty of space exploration, to evoke the romance of the golden age of early spaceflight. And we've been referring to this approach as NASA Punk. This means a design language where the tech is advanced, yet still looks grounded and relatable.
For us, it's that contrast. That's where the visual interest is. Obviously the NASA, which is the rigid, hard function over style, and then Punk, which is all about style.
You can see that visual style coming through in your ship. Your ship is your home for you and your crew. And like many of the spaces in our game, it has a slightly retro and analog touch a bit of lo-fi rather than sci-fi, where everything is well used, worn, and lived in.
Alrighty. What's the plan, Captain?
This is your star map. It starts with the planet you're currently on. You can see all of its info and resources. You can choose a landing spot or fast travel to known locations. Backing out further, you can view all the planets in the system. Obviously, the game is big, and it's here you can see planets that have key locations, missions, or life on them, versus the many planets that are barren but resource-heavy. Zoom out even further to see all the systems in this part of the galaxy. Here, you can plot a course to ones that are light years away. This uses your ship's grav drive to fold space and jump to these systems. And you will need to upgrade your ship and skills if you want to jump to the most distant ones. But for now, we'll plot a course to the Alpha Centauri system, where we can find the city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. Scan complete. You are cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
As soon as you land in a city like New Atlantis, your eyes are guided upwards to just these boundless, vast buildings.
It's the biggest city we've ever made, not just in size, but also in the amount of custom art, crowds, and quests.
So the main focus when we're designing a city is obviously what supports the story. We try and tell as many small stories as possible.
This is a Colony War memorial.
It's a few moments of gameplay that make the space feel like it's full of real characters that are going about their day-to-day lives.
It's paralyzing if you really stop and think about it.
Buddy, it's coffee.
It's also where your adventure with Constellation begins.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about.
By the time you meet them, Constellation is sort of seen as this mythical group. Most people don't even know they exist anymore. They're the last true explorers in the galaxy, and they're trying to find the answers to some of humanity's biggest questions.
The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you. The artifact. If you could place it on the table here.
Oh my god. Look at how it's coming together.
That means there's a set built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
It's definitely an eclectic cast of characters. You've got Sarah Morgan, the ex-soldier and adventurer, now Constellation's leader. Mateo, the theologian who believes that there's definitely something else out there. Noel, the gifted scientist and Sarah Morgan's protege. And Walter, a very successful businessman in the settled systems and Constellation's financier.
Anything goes as long as you have the money.
There's also Vlad, the ex-pirate, Sam Coe, the former space cowboy, and Barrett.
You know what I hate about these pirates? Completely resistant to my otherwise irresistible charm.
The journey you take with Constellation is just the first of many you'll embark on. The Settled Systems is home to all kinds of different stories, people, and adventures for you to uncover. The United Colonies is where you'll find New Atlantis, the first major human settlement in space. The people who live here value law, discipline, and the legacy of humanity. They consider themselves the true children of Earth.
You ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies, even get your UC citizenship?
New Atlantis isn't the only city within the United Colonies. The city of Sidonia on Mars to this day serves as the largest mining facility for the United Colonies. Beyond the United Colonies' reach, you might find yourself in a much more wild and independent coalition of star systems. This is Freestar Collective Space. The capital of the Freestar Collective is Aquila City.
The Stone Root Inn is an Aquila City fixture.
A ranger relies on judgment and intuition to do what's best for the people.
Neon started out as a fishing platform, but is now known throughout the settled systems as a pleasure city, where almost anything goes.
If you've got morality issues, this definitely isn't the job for you.
Ryujin is hiring the best and brightest of today for our future tomorrow.
Everyone has been chewed up and ground up by Neon. Try not to get yourself killed, all right?
Outside the bounds of civilized space, there are still plenty of unclaimed systems to explore, but these areas are also home to the most hostile factions in the galaxy.
The great serpent hungers. All heathens shall be made dust in time.
A new face. Is this the face of a brave runner here to challenge the Red Mile?
They think the galaxy is theirs. They are wrong. It belongs to the Crimson Fleet. It always has.
In Starfield, we're pushing our cities and settlements further than we ever have before. It's all there, waiting for you. A slice of humanity's future.
So, ready to get out there?
Throughout the galaxy, there are so many things to see and stories to experience. But the most important story is the one that you tell. I'm the type of person who spends hours in character creation, and I think people are going to be really excited when they see all of the improvements we've made.
One of the biggest overhauls was done through our character generation system.
We scanned a wide range of faces from different age groups and ethnicities, and by mixing and matching out that data, we were able to create highly detailed and diverse characters.
We use that exact system to create all of the characters and NPCs you're going to see in the game. So any character you see almost always is a character you could make yourself.
Snap out of it!
Hey, come on, come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out. You know who you are? New recruit for Argos Extractors? Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
You start your character creation journey as though you're cycling through employee records. You'll pick from a lineup of 40 presets, and that'll be your starting point. Your journey from there can be as detailed or as quick as you want it to be. This new system has more to offer than ever before.
It's also the simplest character generation system we ever had. We let the player get as close as possible to make whatever they want. With the various facial morphs you can blend together, the dermesthetic and makeup, blemishes, scars, piercings, teeth settings, it's a lot, but I think it's the most fun to use.
Character creation is more than just how you look. This is also where you start to decide who you want to be. That's where backgrounds come in. Backgrounds give you a bit of backstory and start you out with 3 basic skills.
From chef to Dusty. You know, the crew still has a betting pool about which restaurant critic you must have crossed to wind up here.
What's great about backgrounds is you never know when yours is going to come in handy. You could be in the middle of a fancy restaurant talking to some guy, and suddenly you learn he needs a beast hunter to help track down a monster.
Fine. I probably should stick to professionals anyway, given what happened the last time.
We're also giving you the option to customize your build even further by letting you pick up to 3 traits. Traits are completely optional, and they come with their own advantages and disadvantages. You could choose to meet your biggest fan.
Vectera, by Vectera, by Vectera! Is it really, really you?
He'll join your crew, and he'll give you gifts if you're willing to put up with his constant commentary.
I can't believe I get to stand near you, breathing the same air. I've got to have every molecule.
My favorite trait is kid stuff. You have to pay some credits to support your parents, but they're very sweet, and it's really fun to go visit them.
Honey, we got ourselves a visitor.
Oh my god!
I came across some hostile zealots in space, but because I had chosen a trait that made me the same religion as them, I was able to get by without any issues.
There's another great one that gives you a damage buff when your health is low, but mercenaries will randomly show up and try to kill you. No matter what you choose, there will be plenty of ways for you to tell your story. And if you want to remove a trait, there are ways to do that too.
What a view! It's a feast for the eyes. Off we go to another adventure.
We'll let you discover that on your own.
Once you've built the perfect character, that's when your journey can really begin. We took what we loved about skills and perks from our previous games and put them together to create an all-new skill system. Each time you level up, you get a skill point, which can be used to unlock or rank up skills. Ranks are unlocked by completing challenges associated with that skill. Challenges become increasingly difficult as you work your way to higher ranks. With our 5 different skill trees and 4 ranks per skill, there's a lot to choose from.
I like the Xenosociology skill because it lets you mind control aliens.
Boost pack out of the gate. I'm boost packing everywhere.
I like maxing out my physical tree so I can get neuro strikes and just punch my way through combat. That one's a lot of fun.
Invest in the skills that suit your playstyle.
I'm very much a stealth player. So, I'm out there pickpocketing everyone. My favorite part about being stealthy is slowly creeping through vents like you're in a movie, and then jumping out and springing on people.
Whenever possible, I like to talk my way through situations.
This area's off limits. Fine, I'll issue you an access card.
I'm more of a run and gun player. I like doing the death from above thing where I boost pack over guys and I throw landmines at them. I like blowing stuff up. Exploration is a key aspect of all our games. In Starfield, there are full star systems with new life, resources, and adventures. Our team worked hard to strike a balance between fun and realism. We studied data from NASA and a multitude of other sources to help us make the world feel believable. From the way we approached planetary atmospheres to the way we placed biomes based on the planet's distance from the sun. Once we had created a grounded world, we could start looking at all the things that make that world fun. When you leave a planet and head into space, you'll be navigating asteroid fields, having chance meetings with interesting strangers, dogfighting in space, and exploring derelict ships. It's all out there. Ultimately, it's about rewarding your curiosity, because whether it's on the surface of a planet, the alleys of a city, or the vastness of space, you never know what you'll find.
Space exploration is possible thanks to your ship.
Your ship is almost like having another character or home you can make all your own. I think you'll be blown away by the amount of stuff you can do. You can buy a ship.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Customize and upgrade that ship. And hire a crew to keep it up and running. And it all starts in spaceports. Every spaceport has a ship technician where you can purchase, sell, and modify ships.
Anything I can help you with?
Maybe you start off with a speedy fighter that's perfect for bounty hunting. Then you might round out your ship roster with a hulking space freighter to run cargo missions, or even do a little smuggling. For now, though, we're going to take our starting ship, the Frontier, and make some changes. You can customize and upgrade everything you see here, and you have 2 ways to do that. You can quickly upgrade individual systems like your weapons or shields, or you can deep dive and enter the shipbuilder mode. Here you can change anything, from the systems to the look and layout. Adding a new habitat module can give you more room for crew. Adding cowling can change your ship's overall silhouette. An improved grav drive allows for longer distance space jumps. You can even fully customize your paint job to get the exact look you want. The parts you choose to build with don't just affect your ship's stats. They'll also affect what you can do inside your ship. You can have modules for crafting, or for storing and displaying your weapons. Starfield's in-game ship manufacturers bring their own look and feel to every piece of your ship. From living quarters to cargo holds, mess halls, and control rooms. Our modified Frontier is a practical ship, but with a little creativity, your ship can look like almost anything you want.
It's a bit odd, but one of my favorite ways of customizing ships is I make them look like animals. The HMS Platypus, as I called it, where it had a giant tail to it. And we've done spiders, we've done mechs. So it's really whatever your imagination is.
And while you can build your home among the stars the way you want to, you're probably not the only person who will call your ship home.
Ready to lift off when you are, Captain.
Engines ready.
The Frontier is fueled and ready, Captain.
Some of the members of Constellation can join you on your journey. These companions can serve on your crew, and they'll always be there when you travel.
We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Each companion comes with their own valuable skills for your ships and outposts, as well as unique quest lines. Eventually, some friendships might blossom into romance.
I don't know that I've ever really loved anyone except you.
And if you're looking for a little extra help on your ship, you can always hire additional crew at spaceports.
Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
You'll also meet potential crew members out in the world.
Still think there might be a spot for me on your ship? I gotta get off this rock.
Assign crew to your ship or outposts, and their unique skills will affect how they run. And just like companions, most crew members can lend a hand in the field. Take Bosco, for instance.
He's designed around the core basics of a NASA machine.
Please, avoid getting shot. You might die.
I still wanted to give it almost a humanoid personality, so I elongated the limbs. This tends to make him feel more human-like and give him a little personality.
It is a shame exploration requires so much bloodshed.
Using the shipbuilding tools and crew selection features in Starfield, you'll be able to build and captain the ship of your dreams. And now, let's take to the sky.
We're putting you in the cockpit of your very own spaceship and telling you that you can do pretty much anything. And that is really cool for us as developers. Spaceflight should be exciting and dangerous, and you should feel like you're in complete control every step of the way. We've extended that sense of control to ship combat. It's not about just hitting your triggers to fire your weapons. It's a complex dance between your piloting skills and our power allocation system. Boosting power to your engines will make your ship faster. Powering up the ground drives will shorten the amount of time it takes before you can make a jump. And moving your power to your weapons and shields means you're ready for a fight. You should always be on your toes because you're not alone out there. Unlocking the targeting control system skill will allow you to zero in on specific subsystems of the ship you target. After destroying an enemy ship, you can loot the remains from your cockpit. You can always turn any ship that engages you into scrap. But you can also take a more personal approach by docking with the enemy vessel and boarding their ship. Once you've taken control of an enemy ship, it's yours. Add it to your fleet and retrieve it at any spaceport. But space is way more than fighting for your life. Just like when you're planetside, there are plenty of sights to see and stops to make on the way to your next adventure. Like these massive star yards. Walk the halls, talk to the crew, maybe get talked into buying a whole new ship.
A civilian in my star yard. Let's see about getting you a proper ship, one worthy of you.
Maybe you'll dock with a gigantic battleship, like the UC Vigilance. Or rub elbows with the galaxy's wealthy elite on a cruise ship fit for the stars. There are plenty of personal encounters to be had as well. You can hail any ship you come across to trade, swap info, or maybe even commit an act of piracy.
Let's do this.
When I'm playing, I generally go crazy. I definitely go like the more piracy routes. I want to take over ships. I'm going to board ships. I'm like, this is now mine. I steal all the sandwiches and put them, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches. I don't want to play the hero, but I want to go out and just start taking things from people as quickly as possible.
Some strangers might be looking for a little human connection in the darkness of space.
Hello, stranger. I just finished cooking up some food. If you want to come on over, just pop on by.
Some of the best moments are the ones you discover on your own. The thing I love most about Starfield is that it is a Bethesda game through and through. It's really about going to strange new places, meeting interesting people, and getting sidetracked on zany adventures. Then realizing 2 hours later that you're involved in a completely new story.
You're human. We thought we were the only ones to leave Earth.
That DNA is so present here. It's in our random encounters, it's in our handcrafted quests, and it feels so cool to play it and just make your own path in this universe. There are over 1,000 planets out there, just waiting for you to visit. We want you to feel like explorers, breaking ground on new planets, exploring every inch of a mostly untouched galaxy. We want you to feel hopeful. We want you to feel this sense of awe and wonder, and sometimes a little fear. We're giving you a massive playground and a ton of toys, and just setting you free.
Hey everybody, we've shown you so much stuff, but we thought we'd just take a little break and show you something a little bit different. You know, we put so much detail into our game worlds, and we love the opportunity to bring that into the real world with our collector's editions. And for this game, we've done a watch. It is the Constellation Explorer's Watch. This is the watch that you actually get in the game that acts as part of your HUD, where it's the compass and then environmental information. It connects to your phone to give you notifications and other information. And we've also designed this really cool case that it comes with, Istvan.
Yeah, we really took as much care in designing this case as we did the watch. Our attention to detail in the game totally translates to this. Inspired by the cases that the astronauts used during the Apollo era to bring back samples from the moon. It's got an intricate locking mechanism, authentic, heavy, comes with a Constellation patch, NATO strap, and the overall functionality and believability of this as something that would exist in the world, in the Starfield universe.
Oh, and hey, take this. You'll find it very useful out there, and it even tells the time.
We actually have something else. Now that we're part of Xbox, we get to work with the amazing people on the Xbox hardware team, and together we have created this custom limited edition Starfield controller. It's awesome. It is now, you know, our favorite controller.
We love this because it's inspired by the actual controls of your spaceship. And not only that, we've created the first ever custom headset with Xbox. And this is a perfect pairing with that controller.
Control, this is Constellation Starship Frontier. All ready to start on your signal. Steady till ready. Coordinates input. Plotting jump course. Guidance has converged. Getting auxiliary reactor power. System checks are green across the board. Prepare for departure. Ground jump commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In every one of our games, we always put so much care into all those little details that breathe life into our worlds. But Starfield isn't just a Bethesda Game Studios world, it's a Bethesda Game Studios galaxy. So why go this big with Starfield? Because we want to give you freedom on a galactic level. The freedom to experience both the exciting planets and the quiet ones. Scanning a planet before you land is a great way to get a sneak peek at the available resources you can use for crafting, building, and customizing.
I think what's cool about this whole system that we generate the planet itself as a procedural content, but the handcrafted content itself comes as the player explore. Our system builds a planet as the player approaches it. We stitch together a block of terrain. After that, we have the system that adds interesting locations for the player to explore, creatures to encounter, ore and plants to pick up. It allows us to add that touch of environmental storytelling that Bethesda is known for.
Aggressive creatures have been disrupting our experiments. Their habitat isn't far from here. If you could take care of them for us, we would be in your debt.
So even if your friends were to visit the same planet that you had, you would have a different story to tell.
It's completely up to you how you want to interact with each planet, whether you want to explore and see what you can find, harvest resources and be on your way, or simply take in the views. With the help of your scanner, you'll chart the uncharted and discover exotic wildlife.
If you have the skills, you can even figure out that certain creatures and plants, you can build an outpost and produce resources from those plants and animals. You can get experience and rewards for fully surveying planets and fully surveying a whole system.
When we were concepting these creatures, we really wanted to think of them as natural to the environment. We didn't want alien monsters. We wanted native wildlife. Something you've never seen before.
When it comes to our exteriors, when the sun moves, all that light is calculated in real time through the atmosphere. Our biggest goal for lighting with Starfield was to make the game feel more filmic, to use lighting and color to really make it feel more cinematic.
After some exploring, you can find a spot to set up a base camp. Outposts can be built almost anywhere on any planet. And the habitat modules come in all shapes and sizes, filling all different purposes. You can even live in them. Assign crew and companions to work at your outposts for added bonuses and set up extractors to harvest resources while you're away.
Something cool we have this time is we have a new fly cam where you can toggle between on-foot building, or you can now use a top-down isometric camera, which helps plan out larger parts of the outpost and placing those larger halves. So that way you can really plan your structures and what the overall feel of your outpost is. And then when you're on your feet, you can really decorate and fine-tune things much easier.
Add crafting and research stations in your outpost to utilize any resources you find or already have.
Mod your weapons to adapt them to your playstyle. Different weapon sights and scopes, larger magazines, a selection of grips and barrels, different ammunition like explosive rounds. All you stealth players out there will surely need a suppressor. You can also choose to go hands-on with melee weapons.
I think it's always a delicate balance between like what's realistic, what's sim, and what's Hollywood. And I think we sort of err on the side of like what's fun for the player.
With Starfield, we've completely overhauled our combat. It's more dynamic, the animations are more fluid. It just feels great.
We probably have more mods and more weapons in this game than I want to say any other game we've done before. There's a lot of variety.
Upgraded gear is just one of the many factors to pay attention to when engaging in combat. You may need to switch things up based on your environment. Gravity is different for each planet, and boost packs are excellent for getting around. And for giving you an edge in combat. Sometimes you'll even feel like you're flying. Zero-gravity environments pose a different challenge. Firing a ballistic weapon in zero-G will actually push you backwards. Energy weapons, on the other hand, offer a more stable shooting experience.
We also have mag weapons. These are high-powered electromagnetic induction ballistic arrays. Each barrel has its own targeting laser and can dish out some serious damage. Whether you want to get up close and personal with your own two fists, Or you like more compact weapons like pistols and submachine guns. Or maybe you prefer something bigger. Starfield's got you covered.
Thanks again for being with us today. We are just so grateful that you've taken the time and spent it here. I know there was probably a lot to take in. There's a lot to the game, even more than we could show here. You know, as we play it, we're always sharing these unique and special moments that only a game like this can bring. When I think about what makes it special, it really is the people here. This game is a reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it. All of them putting something special of themselves into it. So let's hear some of their favorite moments.
I love the way that our final combination of all the new tech has come together to create some of the most beautiful sunsets and sunrises we've ever had in any of our games.
I love the creatures, the exploration, every biome is different. The word that comes to mind is vast.
I like to use our photo mode to take rockstar photos.
I just love that constant feel of discovery and wow, I can't believe that there's more here.
I'm most excited about our outpost building systems.
My favorite part is every time you step out on a planet, it's a unique experience.
You spend all this time building your ship and you see it on the landing pad. These things are gigantic. It's the kind of thing that you just can't get anywhere else.
There's something about seeing a tower over in the distance and going, I know the gravity's low here. I think I can make that jump.
My favorite part is biomes, spaceships, audio design, planets,
the day-night cycle.
Those details matter to me.
Diplomacy, exploration, freedom, the ending.
Basco, obviously.
I love the robots so much.
The incredible amount of worlds we created.
Sniper rifles, come on.
Lever action, rocket launcher.
Brain sprout. I love, but some people might find creepy. I don't know. I know it's right, Ben. The thing that I enjoy most about the game is the freedom to be who you want to be, do what you want to do. It's what you've come to expect from a Bethesda title, but on a much bigger scale.
On behalf of all of us, we can't wait for you to play Starfield and make your own special moments.
Main engines go. Good luck, Constellation. You are go for launch.
IGN Summer of Gaming. That was the Xbox Summer Game Showcase. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's weekly Xbox show podcast, Unlocked. If that Starfield Direct, by the way, had you dying to know more, stick around because I got a chance to not only talk to Todd Howard about it, I also got to play an hour of it myself yesterday. So that is coming up in a little bit, along with a closer look at Alan Wake 2. But first, to help me break down some of the other big announcements from this excellent showcase, I am joined right now once again by Stella Chung, Destin Legary, and Kat Bailey. Hello, my friends.
Wow.
Yeah. Thank you, Destin.
Wow. That was great. Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, we're going to start. Let's just start with immediate reactions, which Destin has already kindly jumped right in on. Summing it up with a wow, that's good. Yeah. Kat?
I thought it was a strong show. It didn't have enough gameplay, maybe, and the release dates were a little bit hazy, but there were a lot of announcements that really landed. Clockwork Revolutions was a big one. Fable looked terrific, and I feel pretty good about a lot of the releases that are coming up about Xbox right now.
Stella, immediate reaction.
It was fine. Here's the thing, I'm gonna be the bad guy today, and that's fine because I feel like it was good, but again, like Kat said, the gameplay was very weak from what we did see, and I was actually expecting a lot more gameplay and a lot more in-depth looks at gameplay. And I was very disappointed that there weren't, except for Starfield, there weren't any developer breakdowns or interviews or anything in that showcase, so it was good though. It was a strong showcase, just not.
All right. Well, our audience, or at least my audience on Twitter, which is admittedly a lot of fellow Xbox fans, super happy with it. As of reading it right now, exactly 7,000 votes in a little poll that I put up, informal poll, obviously. 54% of those 7,000 people gave it an A. Another 32% a B, 10% a C, and then 4% D or F. So the Xbox crowd on my feed quite enjoyed it. So
I put up a slightly better poll that also got 4,000 people voting for A, just in case anybody was.
Earlier in the show, we put the ask out to you, the viewers, to tweet at us with the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming to tell us what you're excited about from the show. And let's see what we've got here.
Spoilers, Starfield.
Well, I need to find them here. Yeah, I need to find. So, all right, we've got JPEG available said, give me Fable or give me death. Well, you got Fable, so please don't die. And I actually want to start there as Xbox, as Microsoft themselves started there. I had said, if not publicly, privately to you guys, Fable was the thing out of, other than like surprises, things we don't know, the one existing quantity that I really wanted to see. Kat, it turns out that the social tweet from the Xbox team did not lead us astray to a Fable 2 remaster or anything like that. I'll start with you. There were some, we were audibly sort of yelling at the Fable teaser in the best of ways. What was your reaction to this as we're looking at it again now?
I mean, next-gen graphics, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we keep talking about when is next-gen going to actually show up? The animation is phenomenal in this game, and it's clear that they're going for that kind of tongue-in-cheek approach to the humor of Fable. They brought, I don't remember his name, sorry, from the IT crowd. It's like
I can't say it.
The main narrator. But it looks great. It really does. I want to see the gameplay. Show me gameplay.
So this is a play on the narrator, and like I'm assuming that's our character player who like found the narrator, because they were like, oh, this is awkward. I didn't get to play Fable because again, that was like right before I could actually get into gaming.
I mean, it's been a while since anyone's played Fable, so you're forgiven.
Yeah, so I'm interested because I love those kinds of things where you're face to face with like, are you the one who's in charge of giving me all this? Great.
Well, Destin, this is the sort of mic drop gasp moment was the major pivot from the first game, which is that apparently this is like you're a miniature person in a miniature world with like quote unquote full-size people.
Yeah.
So it's there's like just a whole other dynamic that we never saw in the original Fable series.
But like the gameplay that they showed looks so freaking good. Like I can't believe how blown away I am by this game. From the moment that Richard, and I'm gonna butcher the last name, Ayoade, came on the screen, and like I love his delivery, and everything to seeing what it will look like when you're playing, like walking around in this field. I can't believe it. It's stunning. And that was their opener. Like, I think it was really smart to bookend with Starfield on the end and this in the opener, because this kind of like is something we've been waiting for a long time. And as a Fable, you're a huge Fable fan. You got to be
big
stoked.
time. I mean, this was stunning to me. I mean, this was, I don't know if I could have asked for a better, proper reveal. You know, the thing we got a couple years ago was purely a obvious CG cinematic teaser that really succeeded in conveying that Playground understood the tone of Fable, like that you were alluding to, Kat. But now this, as our first look at, you know, in-engine gameplay stuff, I mean, this is incredible. I mean, this is I shouldn't be surprised. I don't know why I'm stumbling for words, because Playground, their track record is actually impeccable. Like, that's not hyperbole, that's not exaggeration. Their last game from the, you know, this is a second team. There's, of course, the Forza Horizon team. This is the second team that's been built at Playground. But their last game was a 10 out of 10 video game that won IGN's Game of the Year in 2021. And it looks like they're hungry for another trophy when you look at this.
Kat, you wanted to see them branch out.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Here's
amazing.
my question. So the original Fable was known for pitching itself as sort of an everything game where you were growing old in this world and you were living in this fantastical world. I remember how excited people were when it came out on the original Xbox. Will this game capture that feel, the dynamic feeling of living in a fantasy world? I mean, you think about Fable 3, it had something to say. Is this just going to be a lot of humor, a lot of leaning into the fantasy aspect of it, or is it going to dig much deeper into the world?
And the morality, too.
The morality is a big part of it.
Yeah, I mean, we've come a long way from sort of the initial promises of Peter Molyneux of planting the acorn seed and a tree would sprout.
It's time now, Playground games.
Time. And so, yeah, I mean, what this also did was it established very definitively that Playground has its own take on Fable. They are not simply trying to remake the original game in a you know, from the ground up on a modern console. This is its own Fable, its own game, and this is, I have so many more questions after seeing this, but in a good way. I can't wait to see more. I would say if there's one thing that I do hope comes over from the old Fable games, it's the ability to have a dog with you the whole time. It was the best part of Fable 2, and Fable 2 is the best one in the series. So
yeah, and I hope they allow you to fart as often as you want, because that was one thing I really liked about the original.
You know,
or burp, or whatever you prefer.
There's still a D-pad, so there's still, you know, some
Don't let us down, Playground.
to bind some activities to the D-pad that may be of interest to you.
That's so funny.
Yes, Dave. Oh my goodness. So. No date on this, which is not a surprise, right? We don't know when this is coming, but Kat, as our news director, would you say that it's fair to not assume, but presume that if it, in the context of this showcase, if it didn't say 2024 specifically, or 2023, we'll talk about the 2023 games, that it's probably 2025 and beyond, right?
I think it's almost certainly going to be early to late 2025, and we're just getting a nice look at it now. It seems as if Playground Games is making good progress on this one, but games take so long to make now, and they're not giving it a window, so not anytime soon, I don't think.
Interesting that the show was bookended by two of the biggest role-playing games. Oh, by the way, of many role-playing games.
What's the best genre? What can I say?
Xbox clearly agrees with you. Microsoft agrees with you. We opened with Fable. We closed with 45 minutes of Starfield.
I love that they... Sorry.
With Clockwork Revolution in between there. Avowed.
They bought so many RPG studios. You're going to get RPGs from the RPG studios.
Yeah. So I think... Are we moving to our next game? Because we've got so much to talk about here. Let's go to Star Wars. So I tweeted this. The first three games of the showcase, it was just a one punch after the next. It was a series of three uppercuts that all landed, and one of those games was Star Wars Outlaws. Kat, you are nodding along with a big smile on your face. So this is Massive, the developer who's done the Division games at Ubisoft. All we had previously known about this was that Massive was making an open world single player Star Wars game, and now we have a little bit better idea of it. Your thoughts?
Big Shadows of the Empire vibes. Takes place between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. You're playing as a smuggler. There were a lot of rumors about it being more Mandalorian focused, but I'm really glad that they're going in this direction because believe it or not, I don't feel like smugglers have been explored a ton in the Disney world. We're going more, they've always tended to go more in the Jedi or the Mandalorian direction. So this feels really refreshing to me. I have some doubts. Well, I want to see the gameplay again, but that's going to be shown tomorrow.
Yes,
the
24 hours from now.
But at first glance, I was like, okay, yes, I'm in. Open world Star Wars smuggling game, presumably with space combat. Ubisoft has some problems with, shall we say, execution, but at first blush, I'm in on the concept.
So let me just give you a quick, you mentioned the setting, that it takes place between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. So our hero here is Kay Vess, and she, like Cal Kestis, is joined by an adorable companion.
Gotta have the adorable companion. I'm surprised it's not a droid.
Nix is the name of the companion here. Seeking the means to start a new life, players will join Kay and Nix as they fight, steal, and outwit their way through the galaxy's crime syndicates and join the galaxy's most wanted. Stella, your thoughts on this clearly very large seeming Star Wars game?
Sorry, I was just groaning at the Rancor because I'm currently stuck on one in Jedi Survivor.
Yeah, he's probably the toughest thing I faced during the course of that game.
Yeah, I am very excited. I think it looks great. Obviously, cinematics. It's a good trailer, and I want to know what gameplay's like because if it's going to play like Watch Dogs, I'm not going to play it.
That's fair.
But it looks really promising, and we've been in like another golden age of Star Wars, right? And it's really cool. Also, the name kicks ass. So
Yes.
I'm really hoping that the game is also kick ass. And the concept is really good because I feel like it's really nice to, I was just complaining about this. I'm really tired of MMOs and games where it's like, oh, you're the special person, you're the chosen one. I'm like, no, let me just be some person. Let me back up someone else's story. And this is kind of nice that it is that refreshing take. And you're like, cool, we're just like the citizen. Because who doesn't want to live in the Star Wars universe, right? You want to experience it. And
so you think maybe there's no main character syndrome going on in this game?
We all think we're our own main characters, right? But yeah, no, it's no like, oh, you're the chosen one, you're this person, right? And you're just like, oh, okay, that's nice. Like, yeah, we're doing sketchy stuff with smuggling things in, and we have this cute space axolotl, and yeah.
Destin, what do you need to see from the gameplay reveal of this at the Ubisoft Forward tomorrow to back up the cinematic trailer we got here?
So I am curious if some of the stuff we saw was gameplay. Like that Rancor scene looks like it might be a gameplay moment playing out a little bit, but I just want to see how it plays. Now, I played a lot of Division 2, which was also by Massive.
They're same studio, yeah.
Yeah, and I really liked it. This is definitely like, if any of this is in engine, then graphically it's a huge leap for them. Really curious how it works. Is it more like Division, where you're going to be chasing exotic loot drops and things like that to level up your character in a way where you can take on harder combat challenges, or is it more linear? Like, is it open-ended where you can do lots of side missions? I need to know more about what the gameplay loop is going to look like. It looks like they got the visuals down for the story, but now I need to know what will I be doing for most of my time.
Yeah, this. I mean, seemingly it won't have a similar gameplay structure to the Division because it's a single-player game.
Yeah.
You know, there's not. You know, you don't have small groups of players that are moving through the world together and possibly encountering other players in a dark zone kind of thing.
Loot?
Right.
Like, what is that progression system like, or what is the loop like?
Yeah.
That's why I talked about Watch Dogs, because that was the first first party game that I thought like the world and open world-ish. That's why I was like, if it's like that, I do not want to play this game.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of the sort of classic Ubisoft tropes that a lot of players are a little tired of in the Watch Dogs. So I see where you'd come from that, or come from on that. All right, so there's next we've got about like a minute and a half here. And by the way, we're with you for over an hour and a half. So we usually with these things we're like so rushed that we have like a whole other show we could have done. We have time for that today, so I am thrilled. Let's talk for the next minute or so about Avowed. I'm seeing already sort of divisive reactions to this online, largely centered around the graphics. Destin, the sentiment online, which I think is fair, is that the cinematic, the CG trailer we got 2-3 years ago that was, there was first-person stuff in that, yeah, it was cinematic, but that does not match the actual gameplay that we're seeing today at all.
I'm gonna need more than 30 seconds, but
well, that's what you've got.
The departure from that art style that we were showing in the original trailer was jarring at first, but that doesn't mean it's gonna be a bad game or anything. It was just a little unexpected from what we had been set up to see. I'm still really interested in what they're going to do with the franchise, and rewatching it a second time, it looks fun. Like, it probably still has all the classes. They mentioned the world from the Pillars universe, so it still has all the beats and all of the intrigue of dealing with those different deities but the art style was different than I think some people were expecting. Some people are super into it.
Yeah. Well, we're going to talk more about Avowed, and then I want to get to Clockwork Revolution, which, Destin, it wasn't a Fallout 1 remake, but it's something very cool unto itself. We're going to take a quick break, but we have so much more to talk about, including, again, one of the biggest games that Xbox has ever had, Starfield, along with a conversation with the legendary Todd Howard of Bethesda. That and so much more in IGN's Summer of Gaming coverage of the Xbox Showcase after this, so stick around.
Okay, so our friends at Lenovo Legion are our official product partners for IGN Summer of Gaming. They sent over these Lenovo Legion Slim 7i laptops powered by 13th gen Intel Core i9 processors, and they want us to include them in the show. Yes! Oh, love your enthusiasm. Now, they want us to showcase the new Lenovo Legion Slim 7i laptops and how they're the best way to strike a balance between fun and everything else. A game-like balance, if you will.
Well, how about this? No matter what your job is, having the right tools is absolutely crucial. You need a laptop that's versatile enough for your work, but powerful enough for your games. Thoughts?
Come on! Yeah, that's a little corporate. This needs to be fun. How do we show off the 13th gen Intel Core i9 processor and the NVIDIA GeForce 4070 in the Lenovo Legion Slim 7i?
Did you know that the new 13th gen Intel Core i9 processor is a mobile powerhouse?
Ooh, maybe we should get a cool game running on it, like Elden Ring.
Madness!
Sorry, I was just trying to brainstorm.
We also need to find a way to work in some of the Lenovo Legion Slim 7i specs.
Compared to the competition, it's...
Less weight, should be faster. Yes, fast, lightweight. What else?
Powerful?
Ooh, shiny. Yes, like where your head's at. Sleek, aluminum design, good stuff.
What else does the Lenovo Legion Slim 7i have going for it?
This f***ing AI. Hey! I don't appreciate the language. But you're right, it does have a dedicated AI chip to keep it cool and dynamically boost performance even in the most demanding conditions. Lava? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, this thing is cool because it's cool and it stays cool. You know, it's like a play on words. Maybe we can work that in!
Are you kidding me?
Okay, so the one issue here is this has got a pretty quick turnaround. Can you handle this campaign? Swamps. Swamped. All right, I guess this falls on you.
Well, you gotta be kiddting me. He's playing Elden Ring.
We have the room booked for 3 o'clock.
Oh, an evasion! Evasion! Ah! Looks like we're at time. Let's circle back on this tomorrow. Great ideas today. Really appreciate your input. You two could learn a thing from him. Yes! In your face! Yes!
Lenovo Legion Slim 7i, the world's most agile AI-tuned laptop.
Forgot my Lenovo laptop.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery, I'm coming for you. IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Welcome back to IGN's Summer of Gaming Showcase. It's time to talk Starfield, the massively ambitious open-world single-player game from Bethesda. I got to sit down with Starfield's director Todd Howard to try and pry as much as I could out of him after I got a chance to play the game for myself, which I'll talk more about in a bit. So here's the first clip. Full interview is going to air a little later today on IGN. Take a look at this. This is the first new IP you've done in a couple of decades now. It's been a little while. So totally new thing. It's the biggest exclusive for Microsoft in a long time.
These are guided upwards to just these boundless, vast buildings. It's the biggest city we've ever made.
Pressure. Do you, in all seriousness, do you kind of feel any extra pressure compared to any of the other games you've made, or are you just kind of focus on what you do? I'm just sort of curious if the stuff that we talk about in the gaming community is something that goes through your head or gets talked about in the office at all.
Well, clearly, I'm aware of that, everything you said. And compared to our previous games, there's always a lot of attention on what we do. We're very fortunate. But for us, we have put so much into this game. And it is, as you said, our first new IP in over 25 years. It's our first major release in about 8 years.
Yeah.
So for us, we have just put so much into it that we're just doing everything we can to make the best game that we can. Hope that everybody loves it. So we feel we're on the right track, and we're really fortunate, I think, with some of those things you said to get the attention.
Yeah.
And that we know there's a lot of people out there looking forward to it, and we just view our job as, hey, just do the best job we can do, put everything we can into the game, and I hope everyone loves it.
That's a little taste of Todd Howard. We've got some more coming up. But first, it was an extraordinarily unique privilege to get to play this game yesterday. So I thought I would let you guys ask me some questions about it. Now, I will preface this, an hour, which I think probably came across in the Direct, an hour is nothing. Almost actually nothing in this game. Not to look the gift horse in the mouth of getting to play it for an hour, but yeah, it was not a lot of time to really dig in. I played from the beginning, and then we fast forwarded to we loaded up another save file and kind of jumped along a couple times, but still really, really early. So I'll go to you guys first to let you ask me some stuff, and then we've got some community questions teed up as well. So, Destin,
was it good?
Was it good? Yeah, no, what I will honestly say I don't know about you guys, but what I got from the Direct, which I also had a chance to watch the Direct before playing it and talking to Todd so that I could prep better questions for Todd. And what I got from the Direct was that this game is absolutely, the scale and scope of it's insane. And from what little I got to play it for myself, that absolutely comes across. Like, I think people are going to be playing this game for actual years.
Yeah.
Like, no joke.
So maybe you don't know the answer to this, but what PC, do you know what the build of the PC was that you were playing on?
So I played on an Xbox Series
you played
X.
on Xbox,
Yeah, I played on
okay.
console, which they wanted me to see. Well, and I've got more from Todd about
cool.
the console side of it coming up. Yeah. Kat?
How far in was the actual demo? Like, were you starting at the very beginning?
Started from the beginning, like pressing start, opening, title, and then, I mean, I don't want to necessarily ruin the opening of it for people.
I bet you get a watch.
I did get a watch, not a real life watch, but yeah, you do get the watch. You get introduced. Yeah, I mean
What was the character you created?
I purposely didn't spend a lot of time in the character creator because I was like, I knew I only had an hour. I'm like, I can't, and I'm also never going to see this character ever again. So I ended up just kind of choosing a preset, and then, but I did linger in with choosing your background and your traits, and there are actually so many that I don't even remember what I chose, but there's a lot of neat background choices. Now, you heard him say in the direct you can like change them later. There are ways that you can go about changing them. But yeah, I'm really sort of curious how those background characteristics are going to come into play. Like they gave you a little taste of that in the direct of like you might get a line of dialogue somewhere or what have you. But yeah, you could spend a lot of time in the very beginning of the game with the character creator and choosing your background and whatnot.
Did you get to experience a story mission start to finish?
Sorry, Destin, one more time.
Did you get to experience a story mission, like start to finish?
No, I was just jumping around.
Okay.
So yeah, that unfortunately was not the case. Let me go now. Let me get the IGN community involved in here.
The biggest one is if there's going to be co-op or multiplayer, which I think.
Oh no, I mean this is this is just like Todd Howard, Bethesda's other games. This is a single-player game that's probably gonna live on for as long as Skyrim has. I mean, based on the amount of content. So let's see. Risk Levo asks, can you talk about your take on the 1,000 planets to explore? I actually kind of see why they went with a 1,000 planets approach, but I want to know how you feel and think about it. So I did a little ship combat. I did a little bit of planet scanning, and then I was in the New Atlantis, like the main city, which I'll talk more about that. But the 1,000 planet thing, I asked Todd, so it's like, how many of them are handcrafted versus procedurally generated? And he said most everything, again, you'll see this in the full interview, but most everything is procedurally generated, but there's like the quests and other things are handcrafted on top of that stuff. So that I found like, okay, that makes sense as how they would handle that. AJ asks, I just want to know if you can explore other worlds like a sci-fi Raylan Givens, or do you have to be an astronaut all the time? And no, you can. I actually think I was saying this to Todd after I finished playing for the hour. I think there are going to be people that never complete the main story. Mm-hmm. Like they'll get entertained, like going off and living, because you can crew your ship.
Yeah.
You could there's so many other things you can do that aren't the main story in the game that I think there are going to be plenty of people that are going to be like, yeah, I've played 300 hours and I haven't finished the campaign.
Yeah. I feel like I might just live in space, boarding other ships that I see along the way. Like
either,
that looks so great.
Like, you can hail them, or you can board. Like I docked with a big freighter ship, and they said, well, can I just like go on and shoot everyone? Like, oh yeah, absolutely. So climbed up into the ship, and it was actually a really neat little scenario where on this ship the gravity whatever the gravity generator was on the fritz, so you'd be walking along and then the lights would flicker and the gravity would go off and then you'd start floating. Oh. And so then you're kind of floating around and like you saw in the direct, if you have like a shotgun, you'll get blasted back. And then the gravity will come back on and you drop back to the floor. And so that allowed for some fun physics moments where I happen to have a shotgun. And so you just blast the guys and they go.
Star Trek 6 where they're floating through Klingons.
Yeah, so that was really cool. Let's see here. I'll let our social team. Oh, there's actually, we'll get some more comments in here. We've got another minute and a half.
Miranda's in chat, and she actually asked a question that I want to know. She said, did you get any cool dialogue options?
Yes. Yeah, there are definitely. In fact, I think one of the other tweets I saw before we came on the air was
smoochy dialogue options?
Pacifist. People were asking about pacifist options. So what I can say is, when you first, there's a moment early on where you first get a weapon, but you don't have to pick it up. Because you get attacked, and it's minor spoilers, I guess. Shocking, there's combat in this game, but
no.
Yeah, you have a choice. So you don't have to pick up the gun if you don't want to. And I don't know how far you'll be able to get with just like sweet talking people through the conversation options, but it's definitely there. Yeah, it's absolutely there.
Can you romance them?
Well, I didn't see that, but we saw that. That was mentioned in the direct. Yeah, so. Yeah, I know Miranda.
I'm going to try and romance as many people as I
possibly
can.
Sure. I mean, well, Destin's our resident Mass Effect super fan, so that was a,
Gotta get all those
memorable
endings.
component, of Mass Effect.
See, for me, I'm so excited that we can just punch the whole way through, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can level, that's how I played Fallout, right?
Yeah.
Max charisma, max strength, so if I can't convince them, I can punch them.
Yeah, I did at one point. I ran out of ammo, but I had an axe on me, and it was very satisfying to just run up to the bad guys and beat them with the axe. All right, enough from me. You want to hear from Todd Howard. Let's take another look at a clip of my conversation with Todd Howard. This one about the game on the Xbox Series X.
You guys have always done post-release content. You've had like major paid, bigger expansions. You've had smaller scale stuff. I can't imagine that you'd even want to necessarily expand this game geographically moving forward, because there's already a ton there. So I know you're not here to just give away announce your post-release plan, but conceptually, how are you thinking about it, given that this is like a giant universe rather than just a continent, like in Cyrodiil and in an Elder Scrolls game?
Right, it's a great question. I mean, look, we're going to be doing a lot of add-on content for Starfield. We love doing it. Our fans love it. We will have announced sort of the first one that's going to we're going to do a story expansion pack that's going to be coming. Our plan is to do things of varying sizes. And we've done a lot of that in our previous games, so it's something that we really like doing, our fans like. And so despite the size of the game, there's still things we want to add as far as features in the future and stories and things like that. So we think this is going to game, hopefully, that's going to continue for a long time that way.
All right, that was the other one I was going to play for you in a little while, but that's all right. We were going to hear it anyway. So that was Todd talking about the post-release content plans. So you saw it on that sort of end card, that end slate of the Direct was like the first story expansion. So they've got plans. I don't know. I can't imagine they're going to add geography to this game, like Shivering Isles with Oblivion or things like that. But
I think they could add more planets, do something like Far Harbor.
We're going 1,010 planets.
I mean, just they do really good self-contained storylines. Their expansions tend to be pretty varied, right? I mean, if you look back at Fallout 4, there were the additional items, but then you also had things like the Nuka world.
Yes.
They added whole new mechanics. So I would expect a pretty robust offering from Starfield in terms of expansions.
Yeah, I think, to head off what are probably a lot of comments that I can't see right now, I'll give my sort of overall impression of this and then let you guys keep firing away questions and we'll go back to more community ones. But I think my Twitter-friendly summary of, at least again, just scratching the surface of the surface in an hour, to me this feels like No Man's Sky with an entire full Bethesda role-playing game built on top of it. I guess another way you could phrase it would be No Man's Sky 2, in the sense of if there were to be a full sequel to No Man's Sky, well, what would you want? You'd probably want a full story, quests, characters, and that to me is what's going on in this game. It's got all the exploration of No Man's Sky. It's got the mining laser that you zap at rocks to mine resources and other stuff, but there is the entire Fallout 4-like, Skyrim-like game built on top of it with a ton of different characters. I did get to play a little bit of the main story. They asked me not to, give away anything. I wouldn't want to do that. But I met some of the people from Constellation, which is that's the group of people you're going to be working with. I won't tell you why necessarily, but it becomes obvious in the first, 30 minutes or so of the game. But to me, I think most people would find, Kat, you were giving it a sort of gesture of approval there at the notion that that I think it feels like No Man's Sky with a Bethesda RPG built on top of it.
I love No Man's Sky, and I love the concept behind it because it feels so vast, and I like spaceships, come on, but this is a passion project by Todd Howard. The guy's been talking about this since 1997, and it's clear that they're putting a lot of effort into it. I mean, we think about what do we want out of a video game? So many people want the holodeck game, the everything video game, and it feels like they're really kind of going for that with Starfield. You said, I don't think there's going to be a lot of people who don't finish the story, who just go live in this universe. That's a big Bethesda trait. I never finished Skyrim.
Really?
No, I moved into the Imperial capital, bought a house,
Nice.
married my werewolf girlfriend, had a great time. Yeah, that was my end game.
So I don't know if you can speak to this, but a lot of people in the chat are asking if there's performance mode because you played on the Xbox. And if you can't say it, that's okay. But
yeah, we'll cue Todd up to talk.
Dan Parkhurst will have it ready for us.
Wow, Destin. Wow,
yeah,
that's
just like one of the most burning questions that I do see in chat. So
yeah,
very excited that you got to talk to Todd about it.
Yeah, he was very gracious with his time for sure. I think we're a few minutes away. Let me see if we have more community questions.
They were curious if you can interact with like aliens or any sort of alien type species, like there's the Khajiit in the ESO universe.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. It's funny actually. Now that you make me think about it, I don't think I saw any non-humans. I don't know. That's not to say that there aren't necessarily, but from the mostly beginning of the game part that I saw, I did not see any NPCs that were not human. Now, I mean, you saw in the Direct there. One of the reasons that I mentioned No Man's Sky is because we saw those sort of fantastical, like alien dinosaur-looking things, and like the kind of creatures, the kind of wildlife that we have seen in No Man's Sky. But yeah, I'm not sure if they have non-human races that'll be sort of a core part of the game or not.
But you can punch the
trading with them, or you can be a pirate and go board them and take them out and raid their ship.
I can't wait to be a Reaver from Firefly, flying around with a bucket on my head, boarding ships, and stealing them. It'll be great.
I got Star Trek: The Next Generation vibes from all the space stuff. Like, there's a lot of stories that you can end up stumbling upon by boarding those other ships.
Yeah.
It look like there's friendly people in space,
Yep.
you know? And then you get to like go down to these planets and have these story beats. I think overall, the Starfield showcase, just from my takeaway from it, it was so much better than the previous one because it really showed that Bethesda DNA and what your experience will sort of be like when you're doing all these different things. And you can kind of play it however you want.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think for me, the Starfield show, well, okay, we're still going to do more deep dives into Starfield, right?
We got plenty of time. Don't worry about that.
All right, great, cool. Because I can go more into depth on why the first part didn't really hit with me. But it was this part where in space where you can board the ships, you can bring them around, and once you conquer them, you know, it's yours. it didn't really quite hit me that I wanted to play this game until then. So, which we can obviously go into more detail about, but yeah, I don't know.
I hear you on that. Not everything's for everybody, you know? Like, I don't like the building of the outpost aspect. Like, I didn't like that in Fallout 4.
Me neither.
So I imagine I may not do that much in this one, but I love the idea of making a dumb mech ship that flies all weird. Like, that, I was like, oh yeah, that's totally me. So like, I like that it has something for sort of every player.
Yeah, maybe you can make the docking port like the hand on your mech. Just reach out and grab a ship. That'd be cool.
I will say quickly in the last like 20 seconds before we go to our next break, the New Atlantis was probably the highlight of it for me, which was one of the things I was looking most forward to from when they've teased it before. It definitely had like a Mass Effect meets Oblivion vibe, like the Imperial City in Oblivion, the main capital city, where there are tons of NPCs around. You can talk to all of them. Some of them are just like, I don't have anything to say, but you can talk to all of them. And there's multiple districts. You get around by like a subway type system, like that. That to me, it seems like the focus on the major cities. Again, I think I might spend dozens of hours just in those.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's there's so much more to talk about, and we will talk more about Starfield and its huge and kind of scary universe in a bit. Speaking of scary universes, we got to sit down with the team behind the latest game in the Remedyverse, Alan Wake 2. We'll be taking a look at that in a little bit and continuing our Xbox Showcase discussion. But first, a quick break, Summer of Gaming. We'll be right back.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime, anywhere.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. It is, we've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may. I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways. Ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Cards of Eternity is a digital collectible competitive card game set in a dark fantasy shared universe known as Aether. What sets it apart from other online TCGs is that users can freely trade and sell their collection as if they were real, tangible cards. Let's take a look.
Feel my anger and nature's fury.
I hear your heartbeat.
I can feel the anger taking over!
deserving of my mercy.
All right, let's go over a few of the other games shown off today at the Xbox Showcase, starting with one we'd started to talk about a little while ago, and let's continue that conversation because this is one of the biggest games in the Xbox Game Studios portfolio. That is Avowed. Destin, you had started, we kind of cut you off there having to go to break, but let's come back. So let's talk about, like, we've got the trailer playing now. It's interesting. I think all of us, we're all sitting here together watching this. At first, we're all like, "Is this Assassin's Creed?" And I think somebody said, "Wait, is this Sea of Thieves?" And then it's Avowed. So, art style-wise, it's got a little bit more of a kind of colorful, fantastical style, I think, than that initial. You know, we were talking about the contrast between the initial CG reveal trailer from a few years ago to this, and that first one had kind of a darker tone, right?
Yeah, darker, more Elder Scrolls Skyrim tone, in my opinion. So I was very thrown off when I saw this, just because it wasn't what I was expecting, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. At the end of the day, it's going to be, what is the storytelling like? Is the gameplay solid? You know, what are the different class builds like? And like the magic looks really, really cool. So they have all the pillars things, like from the Pillars of Eternity universe, that will intrigue players. Now the question is, do they execute on all the facets of that game and that franchise and why it's so popular?
Kat, you host a role-playing game podcast. You're a big RPG gamer. This definitely, so to me, obviously it's not the same thing, but this to me feels like it might scratch my Elder Scrolls itch, you know, medieval fantasy, first-person RPG itch, while we do wait for Elder Scrolls 6. Was that your take from this at all?
No.
No.
Actually, Avowed was my letdown of the show.
Okay.
Didn't care for the art style, and I read there was a big interview that went up on PC Gamer not too long after that, and it was interesting to kind of read between the lines because Obsidian said that they initially kind of pitched it as Skyrim-sized, as you could say, and Elder Scrolls-like. But actually, it's probably going to be much more on the scope of Outer Worlds.
Okay.
Yeah. So, medieval Outer Worlds, if that's your speed. Outer Worlds as a game was kind of it was good. It was not an all-time classic. It had solid writing, but it did feel very small and very contained. So I'm hoping that Avowed is able to dig deeper and give us something a little bit more. But at first blush, it did not really hit for me, I don't think.
Stella, is a smaller scale a negative for you with this, or are you totally, because you were hoping to see more of Outer Worlds too.
Yeah, and I feel like I got that, but in medieval fantasy, because if you look at some of the backgrounds here, it does kind of look like the world from Outer Worlds. But it's interesting. So yeah, like Destin said, obviously what we were given with the cinematic trailer is very different, and which is why some people are disappointed, me included, with seeing the gameplay. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that this game is going to be bad, but upon looking at the gameplay again, it's not something that I am necessarily interested in. And I feel like if I were to invest myself in a time like this, I would just play Skyrim, you know? There's so many mods, so much community support on that you can make it look however you want. And this just doesn't hit with me, and I usually don't like Skyrim-like games or, you know, high fantasy games unless it's like Inquisition, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So for me, while the scaling being smaller is great because I get very distracted with open world games, this is not hitting for me. And I would just go play Skyrim.
Well, I will defend it and say that Obsidian typically has had way better writing than the type that you would find in Skyrim. Like Skyrim is huge, big game, but the actual writing is not that great. They focus on scope. So if this is a much more self-contained world, and it's set in the Pillars of Eternity universe, which is a wonderful universe, very well formed, then in that sense, I think that it could offer something very different from Skyrim that people might really like.
Right. I think I was thinking of just gameplay, just looking at that at face value. Obviously, story is like a really big reason. I've played some turn-based games that have really good stories, and I don't like turn-based games. So if this is good, I will definitely play it. But at first glance with the gameplay, if it's just like an open world exploration game, I would go to Skyrim for that. So
for me, I'm actually totally good with it being a smaller, smaller than Skyrim and more focused game. Because again, like you said, Kat, Obsidian's entire history suggests that the writing is going to be really strong on this. So there's going to be some really engaging like character conversations, character moments. So yeah, if they nail the sort of feel of the combat, which, I mean, hey, first-person spellcasting seems to be in right now, first-person spellcasting, which I'm all for. Yeah, I think this could be definitely something that I play quite a bit of. I don't need everything to be a 80, 100-hour game. If it's 30, 40 quality hours, I'll be more than satisfied with Avowed. Now, another first-party exclusive role-playing game is coming from In Exile. Brian Fargo and the team, they most recently did Wasteland 3, and they had announced that they were hiring for and they were working on 2 Unreal Engine 5 role-playing games. Destin, we've now seen one of them.
Was not Fallout.
It's not a Fallout 1 remake. I maintain that that should probably be a thing. That would be great. But Clockwork Revolution looked great as a totally new thing, and I got to get everybody's reactions to this. We have plenty of time to talk about this and then a few more games. This to me is one of the highlights of the show. I mean, you got steampunk, you got some time manipulation elements, you've got, I mean, this is, I think, probably fair to say it's going to be In Exile's biggest scope, highest budget game by possibly an order of magnitude. So Destin, as somebody that was hoping to see something from In Exile today, you got it. What'd you think of this?
I'm very happy. Like, I love it that they're able to sort of do something different. And on this scope, it's one of their first projects that are going to be this big. I think there's a lot of eyes on it. A lot of people are curious what they can do. To me, aesthetically, steampunk for sure. I think I saw some people saying BioShock, because of the rail system and such. But the time manipulation thing is really, really unique, and I'm very curious how that's going to play into the gameplay loop. I love weapons in video games, and like what we're seeing on the screen right now and what we saw for the trailer, very intrigued about what you're going to be able to acquire and what the most powerful things are going to be. It's cool. I love this, and I can't wait to dive in.
Stella?
I really liked it. So BioShock Infinite I played the previous BioShock games, but something about Infinite just really stuck with me, I think because of the steampunk universe, it being up in the clouds, which this definitely has that vibe, and I think a lot of people were like, oh my god, is this the new BioShock? But seeing that and then having the time manipulation is really cool. I've been playing a lot of Zelda, so for me I'm just like, yes, give me more weird mechanics like this, where it gives the player like unique creative solutions to puzzles, to getting through the world, and it's really cool. I don't know, I love this sort of setting, and it's so cool. And steampunk has been something that I don't think we've seen too much of. It kind of came and went a couple of years ago, and I'm so glad it's here because it looks really good. Everything's shiny, but then when you turn back time and you mess around with the game, it looks like things get a little bit darker and darker, and I'm so intrigued about what the story's going to be.
Kat, again, we got this. They were tongue-in-cheek about the release window on this, saying it'll be ready in due time. So again, probably 2025 and beyond here.
Like 2026, maybe. It's hard to say, honestly. In Exile, it feels like a little bit of an upset to me, because I figured that Obsidian would be the studio that would be taking the enhanced resources given to it and would be going bigger, going more ambitious.
Right.
But In Exile, the studio behind Torment, Tides of Numenera, Wasteland 3, they're the ones who are seemingly going big. And I'm curious to see what happens, because In Exile games, they are often very mechanically ambitious, and you're definitely seeing that with the time traveling mechanics.
Yeah.
And I love it. I love the art. I love the look. I love the vibe. I'm instantly interested in this game.
Let's move to the next game. Another one that a lot of folks were hoping / maybe even expecting to see today, and we got it. Hellblade 2, no release date, but we know it's not this year. It's going to be sometime in 2024. Stella, let me go right back to you here, because this we certainly saw the super strong Unreal Engine 5 powered visuals at work in this trailer.
Yeah, I mean, man, they chose a very good moment to kind of go in, because it kind of shows you that, yes, we are still focusing on everything that was in the first game, which you and I discussed we still have to play, but we have to be in the right mindset for it, because if you remember, this was the game where they brought on actual psychologists who decided to try and put the feeling of what it feels like to go through psychosis into a video game. And they did it so well. So I'm very excited to see more about this game. And again, I have to play the first one, but I wish we had gotten more action, a little bit, like a faster scene, because this one, obviously, it's showing off, hey, we're still doing all the different effects of psychosis. We're showing you the different otherworldly elements of this game. And it looks gorgeous. It looks absolutely beautiful. And I'm so excited to see more, but I really wish we had gotten a little bit more action-heavy gameplay.
I'm just glad that as we're playing the trailer again for everyone, that we're out of the beginning part. I was actually having anxiety in the beginning of that trailer.
Oh, yeah.
In the super claustrophobic space that she was in.
Agreed.
Destin, Hellblade 2, your thoughts?
I really love that we got a demo of the psychosis voices again in Hellblade 2. I played the first one through twice, and I really adored it. I'm glad I did. Highly recommend playing through the first one, especially as it'll set up this. But one of the things I do know about Hellblade 2 is that they've reworked the combat. And combat was one of the weaker points. Well, it was fine, but I would like to see how they evolve it with Hellblade 2. And I'm really hoping that they're able to do something unique, or definitely improved at a bare minimum. But if they can really nail that aspect of it, well, they already have the storytelling and the psychosis, hook sort of that kind of creeps you out the whole way. I can't wait to play it.
Kat, did Hellblade 2 do anything for you?
I love the sound design. It's really good. And I think Destin was mentioning that playing that game with headphones is a remarkable experience.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like I learned too much about Hellblade 2. It's just another demo. I think it said 2024.
It did.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess we're going to have to wait a while for a much fuller reveal.
Yeah, 2023, sorry, Destin, I'll come back to you in a second. We now kind of do have a clearer picture of both 2023 and 2024. We've got specifics. We got October 10th for Forza Motorsport, of course, September 6th for Starfield, unless you pay for the more expensive version, then you can play it a few days early. But 2024, we now know we got a couple of the first-party games slotted in there as well. So Destin, sorry, you were going to have another comment on Hellblade.
Yeah, we have the extended showcase coming up, so maybe we see some gameplay there. But I agree with you. We've seen this type of demo twice now. Let's see what a gameplay moment actually looks like a fight of some kind.
Well, let's do one more game before we take another break, and that at the insistence of Kat Bailey, I'm happy to defer to here, Metaphor
Re Fantasio, which is by one of the creators of Persona 5. And this game's been kind of missing in action for several years now. It was first announced as Project Re Fantasy in 2016. So it just kind of appeared out of nowhere. And this is kind of the sleeper of the show to me, because Persona 5 has built a really big and impassioned audience. And you could see a lot of it in this game. I mean, they really went extra with the user interface elements and everything. The artwork is fantastic.
Yes.
Big Persona vibes, but in a different world. I thought it was going to be an action game, but it looks a little bit more like a turn-based game, actually.
It does seem like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, so we're all waiting for Persona 6, but this has definitely grabbed my attention, and it's a different world. And to me, it's the surprise of the show.
Stella, what did you think of this?
I think it looks interesting. It's very flashy, has a lot of different art in it that's really interesting, but these types of games are not usually my pacing. So while I'm really happy for people who are into Persona, I'm like, man, I feel like I missed out on really getting into that universe. And for me, again, I don't like turn-based combat, so that was a big thing for me. But I know that the stories of these games are really good, which is probably watch a Cat's playthrough of it.
Yeah, well, we got some good variety in this Xbox showcase. Lots of games of many different genres. Well, in just a second, We are going to sit down with the team behind Alan Wake 2, but first, a quick break. IGN's Summer of Gaming. We'll be right back.
Immortals of Aevum is almost here, and it lets you control all types of different magic to decide the outcome of the Everwar. I've been training in green magic that embodies growth, death, and transition to become an adept magic user myself. This kind of magic can bind objects in place, misdirect with illusions, or rend an enemy's ability to cast or heal. And I think I'm getting the hang of it. I still need some more practice, so I'll leave the magic to the pros. In the meantime, let's get back to the show. Where'd I come from? Summon your power, stop the Everwar, save the realms. Immortals of Aevum coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Aevum, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery.
Definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Why are people so mean to Koroks in Tears of the Kingdom? We may never know, but what I do know is you should follow IGN on all of our social media platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. Follow us. Or don't.
Survive a brutal island filled with fearsome enemies while designing your dream shop in Sailblazers, a new multiplayer open world survival shopkeeping game from Airstrafe Interactive. Let's take a look.
Nice. Thank you for believing in me. Together, we'll make it the best shop the island's ever seen.
Nice work. Keep this up and you'll be running your own shop. Maybe your own district.
Welcome to Kazai Village. Who sent you? You will regret working for the Outlaws. Take that!
When we last left Alan Wake, he was in a dark place. Here to shed some light on his next chapter, Alan Wake 2, our game director, Kyle Rowley, and principal narrative designer, Molly Maloney. Welcome to IGN's Summer of Gaming.
Thank you very much for having us.
Hi.
I think one of the main sort of features this time around, two playable protagonists.
Yes.
What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so obviously, when we were thinking about making the concept for this game, one of the things that we were quite aware of is that the first game did come out in 2010, so it's been like 13 years at this point. We really wanted to make sure that we could create an experience that was obviously great and familiar for people who love Alan Wake, who love Control, but also, give a perspective for new players who've never kind of played those games. So that's kind of where like the idea of kind of creating a new playable character came from. On top of that, at the end of the first game, Wake, disappears, goes into a kind of very dark place.
Spoilers, wow.
We kind of wanted to make sure that we could still represent, the Pacific Northwest, which we kind of consider a key part of the Alan Wake IP. Really wanted to kind of, make sure that the forest, the primordial forest, are represented. So, it gives us a different perspective and kind of a different avenue to kind of get across some of the stuff which we think is important for this franchise.
They're both also two really unique characters. Alan's going to have his own perspective being embroiled in this for the amount of time that he's been in it, whereas Saga provides really valuable, fresh, new perspective. She is a newcomer to the Bright Falls area, but she also sees things through the lens of being an FBI agent, and she has a unique set of skills. Mm-hmm. I'm hoping players are going to be really jazzed about that.
So what do we need to know about Saga, our new playable character?
Well, she is a newcomer to the Bright Falls area. I think she offers a really interesting, fresh perspective on this world. She is a seasoned FBI agent. She is known for cracking difficult cases. She is a profiler. She has an unorthodox kind of mind-place technique, which allows her to withdraw into her own mental space. I think that's a really interesting mechanic for the player that they're going to enjoy. You can actually do that at the press of a button, and you flip between. And in that space, you can place your clues, and you can profile key suspects. So she's just got a lot of interesting layers to her, and I hope players really enjoy getting to know her.
Was there any part of that decision to sort of consider the players who didn't play the original game? Because she sort of represents them being, not being as familiar with the situation as Alan is.
Yeah, I definitely agree. She's a great POV character for newcomers to the franchise. I think she's also a great POV character for people who are familiar with the franchise. I mean, it's been like 13 years, so it's nice to have fresh perspective. But also, she's a very fantastic foil for Alan. One of our core themes in this game is duality. Two worlds, what is true versus what is false, and two characters really plays into that, two perspectives.
And then how does it work? Does each character have their own campaign that you play through, or are you able to switch back and forth?
Yeah, it's important to note that we kind of create one story. It's not like we have two playable campaigns. There's like one cohesive experience. You kind of start the game with Saga. You kind of learn about all the happenings that kind of took place in the original game, investigating these ritualistic serial killings, and then we end up playing as Alan. And after that point, basically as a player, there's set points in the world where you can freely switch between those two characters. So you can play like all of Alan's side of the story if you want to, and then play Saga's, or you could play all of Saga's, or you could kind of mix and match and decide how you want to play yourself.
Both sides have a really unique tone to them as well, so it's kind of fun to allow players to have the freedom of choice. I don't know about you, but horror games stress me out a little bit, so bouncing between the two can be really useful.
Sure.
Not to say that Saga's side is a walk in the park by any means, but they're just very different vibes.
Is that an interesting challenge from a narrative design perspective?
Yes, I would say so. But I mean, it's a fun challenge, right? Like that's what we get up for. We designed the story in a way where it very much had this in mind, where we wanted the story to be nonlinear. We wanted the story to be something that was a unique experience, just depending on what order you chose to play in. But the way we achieved that was through a lot of iteration. Stand it up, play through it, see how it felt, try again. And I think it landed in a really nice place. I hope players agree.
I believe you're describing this as full survival horror, whereas maybe the original was maybe a little more action adventure.
Yeah.
What has changed this time around to make it more survival horror?
Yeah, I think that, when we were reflecting back on Alan Wake 1, we created like I would say horror story, but the kind of gameplay was more action focused, as you say, and it created a bit of dissonance between kind of like what we were trying to say from a narrative perspective, but then like what the player was actually experiencing. So one of the key reasons why we wanted to change the genre was to kind of bring those two parts of the experience together to create a more cohesive package. It allows us to slow the gameplay down. We have like more time in the environments. We can make them more claustrophobic. Where I think that at Remedy we kind of really like working on atmospheric games. Like a lot of our games are very atmospheric, and survival horror obviously is a large part of that experience is on the atmosphere. So yeah, we really wanted to kind of like make sure that those two parts were working well together.
Yeah, I'd say like the previous game had a lot of wave-based combat, and I think, you know, we've learned a lot in the last 13 years. It's important to be scared, but part of being scared is also worrying about, it's not necessarily facing an enemy, it's the anticipation of facing an enemy. And so that was definitely a thought when we were going through design.
As for the combat, from what we've seen, it looks like it'll be similar or it'll feel familiar.
Yeah.
This one, we're using light to weaken your enemies, and then you can get your shots off.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, you know, I think that the concept of fight with light, which was kind of like a key USP of the first game, is important for the franchise. We wanted to maintain that. I think the only difference, or the biggest difference here, is that we've kind of changed the pillar from fight with light to survive with light. So it's not just about like how you can use light offensively. We also have what we call safe havens, which are kind of like pillars of light, which you can run into. Enemies will kind of lose their kind of awareness of you, so you can kind of use it as a respite. And then obviously we want to make sure that we are utilizing light in other ways. So we have obviously consumable objects like flares and flashbangs and other items like that. So yeah, kind of building on top of what we learned in the first game. I think one of the key things for us is that we wanted to make sure that pacing wise, we were not just throwing loads and loads and loads of enemies at you. We wanted them to make them feel more meaningful, make the combat feel more desperate, make it more physical. You know, we have a cool destruction tech from Control, which we're utilizing a lot. So
But also like strategy is so important too, and I think Survive with Light speaks to that, where it's like the way that the havens work, you know, they are a resource, and there are a lot of resources in the game that I think players are going to enjoy using.
Mm-hmm. Now, Remedy is well known for having cinematic influences behind the games. Is there a movie or two you would recommend people watch in anticipation of Alan Wake 2?
Homework.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like, at least for me personally, you know, obviously in the first game we have a lot of like influences from David Lynch. So I think that stuff is still present. We still have that kind of small town Americana vibes, quirky characters. But then like layered on top of that, we wanted to kind of bring in this kind of FBI angle. So, you know, we were looking at a lot of things like True Detective, you know, Fargo, like those kind of pieces of media. And then from a horror perspective, like at least for me personally, I'm very much into kind of, you know, Hereditary and Midsommar, you know, more on the, like when we think about horror, we're kind of thinking about it from like a drama perspective and on the narrative side as well. Like how can we create interesting horror, not just through scares and kind of atmosphere, but also like on the story level, like how could we do that? And I think like Ari Aster and some of the new modern horror directors very much like are kind of nailing that right now.
Well, we're excited to finally get to continue Alan Wake's story. Thank you so much for stopping by IGN. Alan Wake 2 is out October 17th. For more hot looks at upcoming games, stay tuned to Summer of Gaming here on IGN.
That was Alan Wake 2. Welcome back. This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and we're unpacking everything Xbox just revealed in their summer showcase. Destin, Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot going on with this. Like it's definitely an expansion pack. This is not like a simple, you know, small DLC. You got to see quite a bit of this in the last couple days.
Yeah, so they had something on the show floor that was quite short, and then they were allowing us to play about an hour and a half worth of the content. So I wanted to experience the main storyline that they were showing today, and that was probably about an hour and 15 minutes of what I played, just what they brought from the storyline. There were a lot of jumps in it so that you could get through it faster and everything, and they said you barely scratched the surface of what to expect there. So I got to see Idris Elba in action, interact with the president character, hear from Songbird, and when it starts out, basically the president has crashed, and you have to go and save her because Songbird has contacted you and sent you sort of on this path. And then Johnny Silverhand is back. You know, we saw Keanu today during the Xbox showcase, and he's sort of giving his 2 cents about signing on with the president of the new United States, right? United, whatever they call it in Cyberpunk. It was really, really intriguing. And my favorite part was Cyberpunk, yes, you can do these crazy builds where you hack everything, and there's some stuff I'll talk about in just a second. But storytelling-wise, there's a lot more to dive into. There's the whole Idris Elba storyline. There's the stuff with the president, and you don't really know if you can trust them or not. At one point, they ask you if you want to take an oath, and you can turn them down. So in this trailer that I think we're airing right now, they're actually saying the oath at some point. But when they ask you about this coin, whether or not you want to take it, you can turn them down. And Johnny Silverhand, of course, tells you a little bit of background about his experience with things like that. I don't want to spoil anybody, but yeah. So storytelling-wise, amazing. And there's a ton more gigs too. So it's not just the main story quest. There's story beats on a gig, on many gigs. And one of the ones I went on, I went to see a Ripper Doc, or save a Ripper Doc. And what I didn't realize is when I came into this situation where he's arguing with somebody and she shoots him, I'm like, well, I have to save that guy to stop the mission. So I shoot the attacker.
Yeah.
Turns out she was mad because he was doing human experiments on her little brother, and he was like dead and like all mangled from his experiments. And then he's like rude to you. So when I play for real, he's dead. That guy's not surviving. And that's just like one gig that I was able to complete during the session because it happened to be close near the end of my time. And I cannot wait to see what else they have storytelling wise.
Stella, as if we didn't have enough to play in September, specifically September. This is September 26th.
Yes.
For Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. Are you going to re-roll a new character? I mean, it sounds like there's a lot to dig into here.
Yeah, so I'm actually, all my saves got wiped, so I started from the beginning after all the updates went through, and it's been great. Like, the only bugs that are remaining are the really funny ones, right? So I'm like, okay, this is fun. So I'm actually having a good time with it. Obviously, I got distracted with all the new games that have already come out. But this does make me want to go back in and try to finish the story, because there are some things that obviously lead to... For people who have played and for people who haven't played, this kind of touches on some very important story beats that you do want to get to in the base game. So for me, it's nice because it seems like the game is a little bit more complete.
Yeah.
I'm trying really hard not to spoil things, so that's what I'm doing, yeah.
Kat, as one of our resident RPG super fans and RPG gurus, are you going back to Night City this fall?
Yeah. I mean, one of the memes in the community is Cyberpunk 2077 is too busted, you can't fix it with an expansion, but it sure seems like CD Projekt is doing their darndest, because there's practically everything about this game from a mechanical standpoint feels like it's being overhauled, including adding things like cyber psychosis and things like that. Sounds pretty cool. I have it on my PC. I didn't get a chance to finish the original game. And CD Projekt has a great track record with expansions going back to The Witcher 3. That's true. So I want to see what they do with this one.
I'm the opposite of y'all. I no-life Cyberpunk. Like, I did every single thing on the map. And completed every single story beat they had to offer. And I was left with the ones where it was just like, go there and kill people. So I didn't finish all those missions. But yeah, I got every achievement that I could. There were a few that were bugged for me. But I love this game. And for me, seeing those story elements being back, I'm just super excited to dive back in. It puts you at the point, right before you go talk to Hanako, people who've gotten that far will know what I'm referencing. So you can choose to play through this. Idris Elba, I apologize. Idris?
No, Idris. It's right there. We have a handy pronunciation chart.
I don't know what I said before, but I'm bad with that, and I apologize. But there's other stuff too. So like, if you're into the mechanics of Cyberpunk, you can actually access the new relic system, which allows you to power up like your hand cannons, your gorilla arms, and now they're even more powerful than they were before. So now instead of shooting like one rocket out of your hand cannon, it shoots a volley of rockets. Your whip ability, you can whip somebody and instantly apply a quick hack to them when you hit them with that whip. And just seeing those things in action, like there's that you can dive into. There's airdrops where you can go and fight all the other people who are there trying to take the airdrop and then get coveted loot from doing those.
There is clearly the time spent on this expansion pack. They have not been messing around. There's a lot in this.
And the area Dogtown also is quite massive where you can explore.
I want to make sure we've got a couple minutes before we need another break. I got to bring up one of the first-party studios that we hadn't heard from at all since they were acquired. In fact, to my knowledge, might have been the only one that they've acquired in these last 5 or so years that we hadn't heard from. We finally have. It is the makers of We Happy Few, Compulsion Games. Their new game was the second thing, I believe. That was the second thing we saw today, and that is the cinematic trailer for South of Midnight. which Stella immediately at least gets your attention with the sort of almost like kinda stop motion animation and the unique art style.
Yeah.
Tell me your reaction to
Listen,
this.
I just watched Across the Spider-Verse, so anything that has unique art style, I'm just like, give me more of that. But also the music in this was really good, and I love any sort of dark undertoned game with that sort of story, so I'm very interested. Also, it was really cool the way they revealed Compulsion Games and like the shack, and you have no idea what's going on. This guy who's playing the guitar, he has cool like jewelry.
And he's huge.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It was so funny that this followed after Fable, where we saw a giant, right?
Yeah,
and I was
that's
making the
true.
comparison in my
You're
head.
like,
I was like,
are we doing
wow.
a theme here? Is this?
Yeah, and it's so gross looking, but like so intriguing. I don't know. I'm very interested in seeing the gameplay for this.
Well, Destin, speaking of gameplay, obviously we don't know what kind of game this is yet. Cool reveal, but we still don't know quite what we're getting.
In engine, but sort of suffering from the same problem Hellblade is suffering from. We want to see gameplay of these titles, right? So it's great that they're not giving us full CG trailers. That's perfect. But what will I be doing in these worlds for all of the time that I'm going to be spending with them, right? I think this is more of a proof of concept, but I love that they're doing in-engine.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people were really critical during the PlayStation showcase about it being too much CG. And not really, like, I don't know what Fair Games is, so I think that studio could have done a better job of explaining what that property could be. And I think Stealth of Midnight, while I'm intrigued, also I don't know what this game is.
Kat, any guesses of what kind of game this is, what genre this is, based on what we've seen from Compulsion before?
Action-adventure game, I suppose. Something somewhat similar to We Happy Few, which I might add did not review particularly well when it originally came out.
I loved the concept. It felt a little bare bones to me, would be my criticism of We Happy Few. Like, beautiful world, like it was extremely unique, but it was just kind of a little hollow, I guess.
I love the art style.
Yeah.
I mean, it grabs your attention, but I definitely need to see a lot more with this one.
But at least now the cat's out of the bag. We know the name of the thing and a little tone piece for what Compulsion's working on. I'm in a little host privilege right now as the guy that's driving the bus. I am a practically lifelong Monkey Island fan. Oh. And so I actually died and came back to life during the course of that, because we got the final Monkey Island game from Ron Gilbert, which was it was brilliant. I gave it a 9 for IGN. That was back to the classic point-and-click adventure game last year. And I thought, okay, I've had a great goodbye with Monkey Island. I'm happy, it's done. And then we had one of our editors from the UK, Simon Carty's here with us, and he was sitting with us during the showcase, and we're both like, that sounds like Monkey Island music. It's a Sea of Thieves, but like that kind of sounds like Monkey Island. That kind of looks like Monkey Island, and then it's Monkey Island. I never in a million bajillion years would have ever expected this crossover, because quite frankly, I just kind of feel like Monkey Island is something that only us old guys know or even care about. So I love that now a new generation, there are millions of people playing Sea of Thieves, are going to get exposed to Monkey Island, and they're hopefully going to fall in love with it if Rare does their jobs properly, as they've been doing a great job over the last several years with Sea of Thieves. They got all the voice actors from Monkey Island. Let me see, I think I have the description of this here somewhere for you that I can read. Here we go, that I can read you a little bit of. This was actually, I'll just skip straight to the part that I thought was most interesting, because Sea of Thieves, of course, is a shared world experience. You adventure with friends. But Monkey Island, it's a single-player point-and-click adventure game. So you'll get to you'll visit freely explorable versions of both Melee Island and Monkey Island, solving puzzles in a point-and-click style adapted for Sea of Thieves first-person view, and it'll all take place in the Sea of the Damned, so you'll have no interruptions from other players as you relive the iconic series in a brand new way. So am I reading that correctly, Destin, in that this is like a single-player game inside of Sea of Thieves?
I think that's great. I think that's going to bring a whole bunch of new players into the Sea of Thieves universe. And if they continue to do things like that, I think they're just going to continue to grow their player base from where it is today. I think that's wonderful news, personally.
Kat, did you have any either history with the old Monkey Islands or any desire to dive into this?
I had a 46 back in the day, and Monkey Island was definitely one of the, shall we say, games that really stood out because of its beautiful pixel art.
Yes.
Of course, I have huge respect for the old LucasArts point-and-click adventure games. I always liked Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis.
Yes.
Yeah. It was
Good shout right there.
Yeah, but as I'm happy to see that Monkey Island is still going. That's an interesting note about this potentially being a single-player adventure. Because, I mean, of course, Sea of Thieves has been around for a while. It's been more successful than I could have ever imagined based on how I originally saw it. And I'm wondering if this is just, maybe this is their way to get more people in and everything. And if that's the case, it's an interesting approach.
Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting, or excuse me, I should say Rare has been just chipping away at Sea of Thieves for years to... It shipped, it's fair to say, it shipped as a very, if you'll pardon the expression given that there's skeletons everywhere, it was a very bare bones game when it launched. But the core of it was always amazing. It's still one of my favorite E3. Destin, you were there.
Yeah.
We played this the first time ever together, and they had it set up just as a ship-to-ship battle, and we had such a blast with it. And now, to see how far it's come, I mean, there was the Pirates of the Caribbean expansion, which was huge as well. And I would never have expected this. Whoever's responsible for this, I'm saying thank you right now to whoever at Lucasfilm, Disney, and then of course at Microsoft and Rare, to the Sea of Thieves team. Awesome stuff. All right, well, we've got to take a break. When we come back, we will reveal our games of the show and our grades for this showcase. Stick around because IGN's Summer of Gaming continues after this.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery, I'm coming for you. IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by the United States Air Force. The call to serve can come from anywhere, from providing and sustaining security to humanitarian assistance in the event of disasters, and the U.S. Air Force is prepared to answer. And in 2023, the Air Force is hiring over 26,000 new airmen and has over 200 career opportunities. To learn more, visit airforce.com.
Welcome back. We've got a few more things to discuss today from that massive Xbox showcase and, of course, the Starfield Direct that followed. Let's do it. Let's pick our games of the show. There's plenty to choose from. There was, again, I read you my Twitter feed poll. A lot of the Xbox fans who follow IGN, were really happy with what they saw today. What made you guys the happiest? I'm just going to start at the end of the table and work my way back. Kat.
Obviously, Persona 3 Reload. No, just kidding. I am really happy that Persona 3 Reload is happening. It's been a long time coming. I'm disappointed that it won't have the Fest content or Persona 3 Portable's female protagonist, but it's really great to see that on modern consoles in a way that's a lot more playable than the release that we just saw. But no, my actual game of the show is Starfield, of course. I mean, that game, it showed everything that I need to see. I was already much more positive on it than a lot of people, but I thought the presentation was very impressive. Just going out into space looks so much fun. Building your starship looks so cool. There's you were talking about how you didn't necessarily like building the outposts. I was an addict about building the outposts in Fallout 4. I'm all about that. And I played a lot of No Man's Sky, and this game is gonna get compared to No Man's Sky a lot. But, I mean, at a certain point, I wanted to kind of move on from No Man's Sky, get something more of No Man's Sky 2, and this sure looks like the game that I've been waiting for a long, long time. So Starfield, definitely my game of the show.
I sense the enthusiasm in your voice there, and I love it. I love it. Destin, your game of the show today.
A friend of mine on Twitter said No Man's Sky had $1 trillion, and that is, Starfield. People are very impressed. I'm very impressed with Fable. Very excited about what they had on display there. From a game engine standpoint, getting to see what Playground has managed to accomplish with their take on this beloved franchise has me tremendously excited about the gameplay experience that we're going to get. Those scenes in the field where you're fighting people, where you're just walking and looking out at the field and the light rays are coming through and it's like a beautiful sunset, I like those. And the humor that is sprinkled throughout the game, like it's just hitting every right note for me. Like it's just enough that Fable humor and just enough of a graphical showcase to really wow me, and that's why it gets my nod.
Strong call. Stella, you're up.
Yeah, I'd say Clockwork Revolution. That was the one thing that really stood out to me. I spoke about how I really love that sort of art style, that sort of setting, especially steampunk. So for me, that was definitely my game of the showcase. And I love things where you can manipulate time, you can manipulate the physical space around you. And yeah, we keep getting looks at this trailer and I'm just like, yeah, I love that world where everything's a little bit grungy, but also a little bit technologically forward. Yeah. And I love that about steampunk so much.
It's lived in, right?
Yes.
You see the smokestacks from, the industrial plants, the steam off that.
Mm-hmm. I can smell the popcorn in the streets, Yeah,
yes.
it's that vibe.
Yes. Oh, strong call on that. Because I wasn't sure we were going to see anything from In Exile today. So yeah, what a great unveiling and strong pick. I'm going to cheat, and I just can't pick between two. It's two you've already. You look, Destin's nodding his head. How dare you, sir?
Show.
How dare you, sir? I'm doing it because nobody's going to stop me. That's just how it is. It's a tie between Starfield and Fable for me. I mean, Starfield, Kat, I think you said it extremely well. You said it perfectly. The Direct answered every question that you had about the game. And for me, getting to experience a little taste of it, it's going to be both a slow burn, but also incredibly deep. Like there's nothing, it just doesn't seem like there's any piece of Starfield that's shallow. Not the character creator, not the when you're choosing your traits in the beginning. I mean, I didn't even tell you about the way the leveling system works, where there's 5 different sort of skill trees, and each has different layers to them, and you unlock one skill, and then you have to then do that skill, like it's a stealth thing, like stab 10 guys in the back, to then unlock the level 2 option. You don't just get it, so it's trying to encourage, it's like a kind of a mix of what they did in Fallout and in like Oblivion or Skyrim, where trying to blend a more traditional XP system with the getting better at things by actually doing them. Everything about the game's deep. So yeah, I've just been floored by it. I mean, I already, like you, Kat, it was already right there. I mean, coming into this year, I said we have the receipts on Unlocked. It was Diablo 4 for me in 2023 and Starfield. And Diablo 4 is already delivering for me, and this looks like it's going to do the same. But Fable, Destin, you said it so well. That kicking off the show, first of all, I would say confident Microsoft is back.
Yeah.
And we've been waiting for that for a long time. They've been kind of back on their heels more often than not over the last really generation. This was a really confident Microsoft today, kicking off with Fable, and not only showing some in-engine stuff, but the absolute like shocker of having this be like a world of tiny people that is also existing in some other world with larger people. It's like I can't wait to see what their take is and how they sort of dial in the Fable charm. So yeah, just huge kudos. I often refer to Playground when I talk about them on Unlocked as the word I always associate them with is wizards. Those people are wizards at what they do, and they showed it again today. Can't wait to learn more. So we've got another like minute or so left. Maybe some quick honorable mentions, because we haven't mentioned, there's actually a number of things we haven't mentioned. I'll go Destin first, if you want to just throw out one more game that you don't want to have go by the wayside today.
Oh man, put me on the spot.
That's my job.
I'll go.
Yeah,
please, Stella.
33 Immortals riding off the trail of Diablo. You're not able to have enough friends in there? There you go, 33 party co-op. There you go.
Yeah, that definitely looks intriguing. Kat?
Yakuza Infinite Wealth was a big surprise, hilarious trailer. There was a lot of confusion about whether that was Like a Dragon 8 or what was going on with that, but I'm in. I love that character. I love that world. It looks like it's set in Hawaii or something like that. America, Miami, I don't know, but let's see what they've got.
Good stuff. All right, well, it looks like we are just about running out of time. Stay tuned, however, because next up we have the PC Gaming Show, and later today we're getting a look at the Final Fantasy XVI Showcase, and the Xbox Extended Showcase is happening on Tuesday, and jump on IGN.com a little later this afternoon for my full interview with Todd Howard, so don't miss that. But we've also got tomorrow is new reveals from Ubisoft and Capcom, as well as more Summer of Gaming pre- and post-show coverage. If you want to hear more from us, you can catch a new episode of Podcast Unlocked every week on IGN, typically Wednesdays on IGN YouTube or your favorite podcast platform. On that note, a big thank you to everybody working behind the scenes to make this super smooth and awesome and make a great show for you. And to all of you watching at home, we'll see you next time.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime, anywhere.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious? Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. It is... we've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may. I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.